Well, I appreciate that, and I saw you miss. I said, he ain't missing.
Call this meeting to order. Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Here.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Feedback.
Yeah. We got a little bit of feedback, Vince. Oh. Okay. All right, so we got that done. Let's see. Mr. Horton, how about you lead us in the pledge, if you don't mind?
Hand over your heart and repeat after me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
All right, we'll have a quick prayer and we'll get rolling here. Lord, thank you for this awesome day today that you have made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. And just thank you for the blue skies, the rain, just for everything here in the islands. And we just thank you again. And thank you for this evening. Bless all that are here. And we ask all this in your precious name. Amen. Okay, so Derek, we have a new captain, Captain Lisette Quintero. Are you going to introduce her to us? Captain Paul?
Good evening. For those of you who do not know, I've been here for 2 years. As a captain, I'm being transferred to Marathon, starting yesterday. But how I enjoyed working here and really enjoyed the partnership and the friendship of everybody, including the citizens. I'm truly going to miss it. Islamorada is definitely a unique place and a great place to work. But in my replacement will be Captain Quintero here, who definitely will she'll hit the ground running, already has. And she won't even skip a beat. She's been with the agency for 14 years, and she's done everything from road patrol, detective sergeant, detective. She started our threat management team, and now oversees that as a captain. She does everything. She doesn't sit down long enough to take a break, but you guys are definitely going to be in much better hands, trust me. So I'll give her a minute.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Captain Lisette Quintero. I come from Marathon, and I've actually worked in Key Largo. I've worked in District 1. I worked for a little while in Marathon, and now I'm really excited to work here in the village of Islamorada. As the captain was explaining, I've worn very many hats. I've been a part of our internal affairs division with our agency. I am the commander now for our crisis negotiations team. Hopefully we won't ever have to activate them whatsoever. Threat management team. I've done road patrol. I was a detective with major crimes. I was a lieutenant for a good long while. I learned a whole lot. I'm really excited to work in the village. I don't have business cards just yet, so hopefully for our next meeting I'll have some business cards so that I can pass them out. And feel free to reach out. I know that I have very, very big shoes to fill because Captain Paul is just such an incredible, incredible individual. But I'm really excited and looking forward to meeting everyone, meeting all the businesses, working together with you, collaborating as much as we possibly can, and I'm here to serve. Thank you, everyone.
We welcome you. Thank you very much. Okay, so council, how about requests for deletions and emergency additions? Does anybody have any?
No, I was just going to ask for a change on the agenda, or not really a change, but an order item. On the consent agenda, there are 3 items, and one of them concerns me personally. I would like to vote on the other items in the consent agenda, so I would ask if we could pull out the one that concerns me personally, which is tab C, which I will abstain from one time.
And if you're just pulling it because of that, you are allowed to vote on this motion because it's the even though it's a payment to you, it's because of, as a result of you acting in your official capacity. And there is actually an ethics opinion out there that does allow council members to vote as long as the ethics charge was dismissed or found in their favor. It does allow them to vote in that. So if you're only pulling it for that reason, you're able to vote on it.
That is the reason, so I'll withdraw my request. Thank you.
Henry?
Yes. The manager has a report on the fills. Are you going to elaborate? I'm sorry, should have taken care of this first.
Joe's Pizza.
Luke's Pool Hall.
Just for your curiosity, this is Bob Johnson. What can I tell you? Anyway, on the fills, are you going to elaborate on that tonight?
That's in the after-action report, so if there are questions about the fills, I'd certainly be willing to entertain those when we get to that point in the agenda, or if it gets reordered
I
whenever.
would have thought it had been,
council should so
I would
decide.
have thought it qualified for a tab, but apparently not. So if we can have some discussion about that?
Sure.
Thank you.
Shall we do that now? No. Okay.
Also,
During after action?
also, the church, in reference to the using the church property for the library, I would have thought that I qualified for a tab, but maybe not. Are you going to expound on that at all? It was in your weekly report.
Councilman Rosenthal, everything that's in the weekly report is not necessarily converted to a tab in the agenda. I distribute that so council is aware and can ask staff questions, express concerns, and we would follow up accordingly. Having not received any questions or concerns, that wasn't planned, but it is in the after action report, I believe, and we can answer any questions that relate to that at that point as well, if that's satisfactory.
I could count on you to elaborate on that sometime this evening.
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to what the status is.
And I've been asked to bring up the habitat and the voting process for the habitat from the last meeting. Can we agenda that or have a discussion about that, please? I'm not bringing it forward for myself, but someone asked me to do that, so just a courtesy.
Are you asking that it be brought back as a future agenda item for the August meeting to bring back that reservation?
If it can be handled this evening, that'd be fine. If it's delayed till August, I guess I could comply with that.
Yeah, I think it would have to go to August. But if in our council procedures, it has a prohibition on bringing something back that was defeated or that was addressed for more than 6 months, but that can be waived by a majority vote of the council. So I would suggest that you add it as a motion to direct staff to bring that back, and as long as there's a majority vote of the council in favor, then we can bring that back.
Okay, well, so moved.
What are you talking about?
Yes, identify the tab, please.
Apparently, there's some discontent as to what the final finding was. And I was asked, and again, it's not me, I was asked to bring it up and for rediscussion.
Which item?
What's the issue? What are we talking, what's the?
He's talking about the habitat, the Gorman property that.
The one on Wood Street,
Yeah.
Woods Avenue.
Right, Woods Avenue.
One bedroom, one bath.
So are you saying, it's sort of distressing, but,
So Henry, what do you want to do? Bring this back for a tab? Is that what we're just?
I suppose that would be sufficient, yes.
Okay. John, can we do that? If we have this,
Yeah, I mean, the motion would be made today, but it wouldn't be considered, the substance wouldn't be considered today. And that was what I understood you were asking about, was the
Yes.
Habitat affordable housing
Right, that's correct.
project that was discussed at the June meeting.
Right,
Yeah. So, yeah, the motion would need to be made if there's a majority of the council that would like to bring it back and waive the policy, that can be done. But again, the substance wouldn't be dealt with until a future meeting.
okay, so moved.
wait, could I ask a question there? You're making a motion to
Just to bring it back.
rehear the item?
Okay.
Can I second?
What was,
The motion.
I'll
wait, let's,
Second it.
I want to understand what it was. What did we,
Not
what was the outcome?
The item at the last meeting was a reservation of 8 affordable housing units that they're not the early out 300. They were the remaining non-early out affordable units that we had that was earmarked to be built on, is it Woods Avenue? Am I remembering that correctly? That was a project approved by the council 2 or 3 years ago. And it was originally awarded to a company by the name of Gorman, who elected not to proceed. As part of that approval, there was a fallback that said if Gorman could not or did not proceed, that it would revert to Habitat for Humanity. That was the actual substance of it wasn't brought back at the last meeting, but a reservation of the 8 units was brought back. There was discussion on the dais as to whether or not the council wanted to proceed with that project. And ultimately, at the end of the day, the council voted to not reserve the 8 units for anything specifically, to not reserve it for Woods Avenue or any specific project.
So, John, can we look into this further? Because I was under that estimation that when Gorman didn't do it, that Habitat had already been approved for that project as the default contractor.
Yeah, so Habitat steps into the shoes of Gorman, but the reservation of those units had expired, so those units had not been reserved for that allocation. That's what the original item was brought back, but there was a larger discussion in terms of, is this something that the council, the village still wants to move forward with?
Okay, all right, so Henry made a motion, Vice Mayor Mahoney seconded it. Marnie, can you call the roll if there's no further discussion?
I do have one question. So we're rehearing the entire item. That's what we're doing. The whole item is going to come back to us.
Yeah, I mean, really, honestly, the item is just the reservation of the units. I mean, that was the limits of the item that was actually presented to the council, but there was a much broader discussion that the council had as to whether it wanted to move forward. So the item that will be brought back forward is the reservation of units, but there is that underlying discussion that I assume you all will continue as to, is this project something that you even still want to do?
John, wasn't the discussion focused on the fact or the opinion that the development was going to occur in a hammock? Wasn't that the gist of it all?
There was that, and I think that there was some discussion about maybe there were better project locations, that the council thought there might have been better locations available for the use of those units. But yeah, there was all that discussion, yes.
But Gorman had already been approved to go on that site. The same time Habitat did the 9, Gorman was approved to do the 8. They were already approved.
Yeah, but it is subject to a land lease or an additional agreement that we have to enter into, whether it was Gorman or with Habitat. So that would still exist, even if the village were to reconsider and reserve those lots. Obviously, there's still multiple steps that need to take place before you can even get shovel into ground, regardless of who it might
I'd
be.
like to have a report from Daniel, have Daniel maybe look at this further, myself personally, to see because there was a little discrepancy that night. Mr. Gregg was talking about it, that Jennifer said something about it wasn't high-quality hammock or something. So if we're going to talk about it, we need to have you do, or Rob, if if you're, you know what I mean.
Understood.
Okay, all right. Okay, are you?
But because the way that was brought to us, there were multiple layers of the conversation. So we were making a decision based on this idea that reservation was attached to that property. So, what I'm hearing you ask the staff is to come back, bring that item back with possibly other locations for those units to be built.
No,
Just
that one.
That specific
Just that one.
location.
No,
Yeah.
the other ones don't matter.
I'm
at
just
this point.
asking.
But what, is there something about that, just to have a more robust conversation, is there something about that?
It's a shovel-ready project, and they have the money to go for 8 units that Gorman didn't want to do, so.
But we talked about other properties that would allow them to build even more affordable housing units without having to clear as much or maybe not even any hammock. So that was where the tug of war occurred.
Does it offend anybody to ask for, I guess it's, I don't know who it is, to ask someone in planning to bring back the discussion with some alternative locations with possibly a bigger project? Does it make anybody mad if we have that conversation?
Let our manager speak on
Yeah.
that, because I don't think Habitat was.
I think that would make it a pretty complex conversation to begin looking at other parcels and trying to find locations for affordable housing, and that would take us well beyond reconsideration of the agenda item that I'm hearing the motion for. I defer to legal counsel on this, but I think the motion on the table is reconsideration of the application we had on the table. And to the extent that there's interest from council in entertaining that, you would vote and it would come back and we would discuss the facts of that particular site and the facts of that application.
The intent of my motion is just for the discussion of which we happen to be having right now. So that's where it is.
So John, let's call the roll. We already have a motion and a second, and,
Just for the discussion.
so.
So it's going to be on the agenda as a discussion item and not reconsideration as the ordinance. Is that what Henry's saying?
Well, I think if the motion would be, because then we could put anything on for a discussion item, you wouldn't need the motion. So the motion would be to, as I understood it, and Councilmember Rosenthal can correct me if I'm wrong, was to bring back the agenda item as was presented for discussion and consideration.
Right. Reconsideration and discussion.
Yes. Call them.
Okay, is everybody clear? Marnie, call the roll, please, so we can move on here.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal,
Yes?
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Mark Gregg,
No.
and Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 3-2.
Okay, all right, Council, Elizabeth, do you have any deletions or additions yourself? Okay. Vice Mayor Mahoney?
Yes, I'd like to move tab 10 to the very front, and it's because there's people here who drove for a while to get here, and I'd like to get it over and done with, if that's agreeable to everybody.
Do I hear everybody agreeable with that? Tab 10?
When you say to the front, which front, which section?
As soon as we can hear it, how's that?
Well, we could hear it in the next item, but
Do you want to do it right after public comment?
Sure.
so right after public comment. Sure.
Everybody okay with that? Yes? All right, okay, so we're good. All right? Nobody else has anything, right?
I don't think so.
Okay, all right, so we'll move on then. All right? So reports, presentations, and announcements. Pete?
Okay, Vince is going to cue up a presentation. Good evening, Council. So at the June 11th Village Council meeting, the council had a discussion regarding the growing use of the area out just offshore of the Sunset Drive Beach. Waiting on, but I can start on the presentation. There we go. All right. So, you see here from this photo, and thank you, John, I believe this photo was taken off of John Myers, maybe balcony, appreciate the use of this photo. You can see the issue we're talking about here. This is the growing use by recreational party boaters just offshore. Council wanted to discuss this item following public comment. They gave direction to staff to bring this back as an agenda item for this meeting with some considerations, recommendations, and a potential path forward if we wanted to investigate creating a new vessel exclusion or swim zone in this area. So that's what I'm going to do tonight, just a brief presentation addressing those topics. All right, next slide, Vince. So just another photo. That previous photo was high tide. This is a low tide situation. You can see much more sand exposed here, but these boats are, and the people are within that intertidal zone. As far as I know, there isn't people up on the beach. And I'd just like to point out, this was Memorial Day weekend, super nice weather, virtually no wind. And 4th of July, I know the same issue occurred, and it was, again, really nice weather, a little windier, maybe like 5 to 10 mile-an-hour winds. Okay, next slide. So the first thing I wanted to do is just highlight the Florida statutes. This is really important if we want to pursue this. So this 327.46 statute that deals with boating restricted areas. I'll just read this in case anyone can't read this. So boating restricted areas, including but not limited to restrictions of vessel speeds and vessel traffic, may be established on the waters of this state for any purpose necessary to protect the safety of the public. So I have that highlighted because that's a really important point. It's got to be for protection of the safety of the public. And it goes on a little bit more to describe this in more detail, but just to summarize in that next paragraph. So in accordance with that statute, the village does have the authority to create certain boating restricting areas, including vessel exclusion zones and public swim areas, provided that such an area is not established for private purposes or for shoreline protection. So again, the way we justified the Port Antigua and White Marlin Beach swim zone was for public safety, a swimming issue. There are homeowners association beaches right there, people swimming out there. All of the wording in our permit applications and in the ordinance was for public safety. So we cannot create an ordinance in this zone for people being loud or people disturbing the residents, dogs coming up onto the beach, people littering, people anchoring in seagrass. We can't do it for any of those reasons. It needs to be for public safety. Okay, Vince. So I drew just a brief diagram, a layout for a potential buoy layout if we wanted to move forward with a new vessel exclusion zone. And I modeled this after what we did at Port Antigua, where we went 300 feet off of the mean high water line. That's where we created our boundary, our vessel exclusion boundary. The buoys are spaced about 180 to 200 feet apart. So if we're considering this area, which is about 1,600 feet long, we'd be looking at about 9 new buoys. And there was a reason why we created this at 300 feet. And during discussions with the state, during the Port Antigua creation of that zone, I know our previous village attorney, Roger Bryan, discussed this at length, and he relayed to me, so this is secondhand, we will confirm this if we needed to, but the state wouldn't allow us to create this zone beyond 300 feet, and I think that had to do with the current ordinance we already have of our 300-foot idle speed zone from shore and potential confliction with that. So I know there's been discussions about 300 feet not being far enough out, but I don't believe we could extend farther out than that. But you can see 300 feet does put us outside that sand area. It's obvious right there. The darker in that image is seagrass and hard bottom community. So we are talking placing these buoys out in the seagrass and coral. There's definitely going to be coral in here, so we're talking about sensitive benthic resources here as well. So, okay, next slide. This is just a diagram showing the area that I highlighted in that previous slide. We're talking about half of Sunset Drive. So that encompasses that sandy beach area that the people are currently anchoring their boats off of. So we need to consider if we would want to extend that, because if we just created a zone in this one area, wouldn't we not push boats farther north? And then if we wanted to include all of Sunset Drive, wouldn't we just be pushing boats even farther north? So we may even have boats then anchoring right in front of Sea Oats Beach along the highway, creating potentially another issue like we have on the 18-mile stretch with boats anchored right off the busy road. Of course, we know that's going to cause traffic congestion. So something to consider. Where do we want to end our vessel exclusion zone? Okay, next slide, Vince. Just wanted to show you what our vessel exclusion zone buoys look like. If you're not aware, they are a little larger than our standard 300-foot idle speed zone buoys. They're about 4 feet tall, a little wider, about 16 inches wide, and they do have that wide base at the bottom. So that is right off of Port Antigua. Okay, next slide. So we'll just get into considerations, things that we need to think about if we're going to move forward with this. Again, this needs to be to protect the safety of the public It cannot be for private purposes. So that next bullet there, I think this is important too. Does the use of this area, so use by these recreational party boaters, does that justify the need to create a new exclusion zone? And what do I mean by that? This is a different situation than Port Antigua. This is the ocean as opposed to the bayside. The bayside, as you're well aware, mitigated by wave activity from the shallowness of Florida Bay, all of the mud banks, even on a 20-mile-an-hour north wind or west wind, people were heavily using that Port Antigua water area. Different case on the ocean side. If we have winds of 15 miles an hour onshore, that's a rough area. It would, I think would probably disturb the sargassum. It's not going to be a real pleasant situation there. It is different than Port Antigua. So luckily, or maybe unluckily, we did have very calm conditions these past 2 holiday weekends. The boaters were using it. So I think we would need to investigate during higher winds, say like 10 to 15 miles an hour. Maybe the residents can tell us, are people using that beach when it gets rough there? So we may only be talking about a handful of days that this is an issue. Maybe 5, 6, 7 days out of the year. It's only going to be during, obviously, the summer, warm water months, holidays, and weekends. And there's just not that many days out of the year where that occurs. So that's something we need to investigate as well. Next point, this would be next point there. So this would be a complete vessel exclusion. That includes paddleboards and kayaks. There's no exception to that. We tried to look for an exception to that during the Port Antigua case. They would not allow it. Paddleboards and kayaks are vessels. So you would not be allowed the residents to paddle their kayaks, canoes, or paddleboards out into the ocean, unfortunately. Just wanted everyone to be aware of that. So environmental concerns, another big one here, more buoys. So 9 or possibly 10 more buoys. We're adding more hardware, drilling of holes, more plastic in the water, maintenance concerns. These would have to be drilled. We're talking about a hard bottom. Again, it's not a soft Florida Bay bottom where we could screw in the anchors. These are 4-foot tall helical anchors. They're 4 inches wide. We would need to drill 6-inch wide holes, about 4 feet deep, place the anchors, and then backfill. So that potentially could impact benthic resources. That's something that the permitting agencies are going to look at. It would most definitely impact seagrass and coral. So the agencies that permit this are always looking for alternatives. That's why I have challenges here. I think this would be a significant permitting challenge. There are 5 agencies that would need to review this. It's reviewed more than anything else we do. Believe it or not, 1 buoy. There's 5 agencies involved. It is sovereign submerged state land, so I believe we would need a state land lease as well. Enforcement, another point I wanted to bring up. It's going to be more strain on our local law enforcement. Can we enforce it? That's going to be questions we need to ask. And is Nelson still here? Anyway, Nelson was here. He would be certainly the guy to talk to about that. He's here. Is he? Okay. So anyway, another consideration. The costs. So upfront costs through installation. So what I have here, that would be design, permitting, and installation. I estimate that about $80,000 to $100,000. We'd probably be looking at $40,000 to $50,000 for design and permitting, and $40,000 to $50,000 for the cost of the parts, accessories, and the installation. I'm thinking that's probably going to be the higher end now because we're talking barges, a barge to drill the holes, significant costs just for mobilization of a barge, and now everything just seems to be more expensive. So we're probably looking at the higher end there. That Port Antigua, White Marlin, those buoys, that installation was fully paid out of the general fund. So there is no grant money available for us. That would have to be tax-based revenue as far as I know. So we also have to think about maintenance. We're currently budgeting $5,000 annually for the Port Antigua swim zone. The first year we had that swim zone, we spent $15,000 on maintenance. There was a lot of vandalism, and there were a couple adjustments that would need to be made, but those are probably the maintenance costs we're looking at. And then enforcement costs, again, I don't know what that is, but another question we have to think about. Okay, next slide. And final slide here, just the process moving forward. If, in fact, we want to move forward with a new vessel exclusion zone, I would highly recommend public input. If you can remember how many people showed up for those meetings when we were discussing Port Antigua, that was years of public comment. There was a vote that went through the community as well that was done by the residents. That could be a good idea. If, in fact, the council does decide they want to move forward with this, Staff direction, the next step would be to create an ordinance. That's the first thing we would need to do. Establish an ordinance, creating a new vessel exclusion zone. Following that, we move on to the permitting or first design. I would recommend pre-application meetings with the permitting agencies just to make sure that we could even do this. There's a possibility it would not be allowed. Then we move into the design. After that's done, contractor procurement for the installation of the buoys. Once that's done, we're talking about enforcement and maintenance. And that's all. I'd be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Council, anybody have any questions for Peter? All right. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, sure.
All right. All right. So, Marnie, we're going to open up general public comment now.
Will you be able to comment on his presentation?
Yeah, because it's not a tab item, right, John?
They can address it during general public comment if they so
Tab
choose.
1. It's tab 1.
Oh, you're right. That is tab 1. That's right. Okay. That's all right. You can speak on it. Come on.
Thank you, sir. My name is Brad Doherty. I live on Lower Matacumby Beach, the subdivision that you're talking about doing this. Before you would make any decision, I would ask you to take the same pictures of the traffic on a holiday out here and the Founder Park activities when you have big events on a holiday. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. People go out and do holiday activities, and in this case, this picture is not indicative of 99.9% of the time what's going on that beach. I know my neighbors are here. They're good neighbors for many years. I've been down there over 40 years, and I don't like what you did at Port Antigua. You're limiting public access. The Port Antigua area is only accessible by boat. You impact the handicapped, the kids, the elderly, and now you want to do it on the ocean side over on Sunset. My question to you is this one of your agenda items that you want to do this for the whole village where you do segments at a time? Because where are people supposed to go on the beach? That picture there that you showed is a perfect picture for the Tourist Development Agency. They'd be putting that online saying, come to the Florida Keys, have a great time. And now, certain people may be adversely affected occasionally. I don't know their specifics, but that's why we have the Sheriff's Department. If the village is going to look at curtailing our rights to access shallow waters and the beach, and it was mentioned for public safety, I encourage you to pull all the reports for emergency responses, accidents, injuries, law enforcement activities there. I dare you to find any in that area. And additionally, I would make you have the residents send you a picture every day for a year of that same location in order to justify what you're asking for. I don't think it's right for our community legislative body to be denying the public access to waters that they've been going to since time immemorial. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnie, we have anybody else signed up for general?
Yes, we do. Next up would be Hugh Cassiano, followed by Chuck McWhirter, Alan Davis, and Ben Cadenhead.
Good evening. So I'm Hugh Cassiano, and I hope you take the time to read a little story I put into your packet, right? It's about my daughters and what's going on Port Antigua. I was born in Miami and spent a large part of my life, early life, in Hialeah, right? And I was first made on a boat, which is where I first experienced the Keys. And I remember going by these beautiful houses on the ocean, wondering who lived there, right? And I'm very privileged to be here, and I've chosen this after 20 years of being in Arizona, moving here and deciding to raise my children here. I have a 8-year-old and a 9 and a 5-year-old now, right? And although my neighbor, is, adamant at saying that the properties and how they should be used and everything else, he doesn't actually live on the beach, right? He's not affected. So it is pretty easy to point a finger and say, yeah, the guy on the beach, he's got beach problems, right? And he doesn't have real problems. But when you have people arrested for showing their genitalia to your young children, right? when you have loud music playing and when you have a disruption in life and picking up garbage and seeing people use the bathroom, dogs unleashed, 7 large dogs this weekend on our beach without leashes running around. And it's my good neighbor and friend too, so. You know, it's easy to stand on the outside and look at it and make a judgment call. But in reality, I will tell you, I moved here 3 years ago, and the conditions have progressively gotten worse. And I don't call the police anymore, right? I decided to do it again, and I knew I didn't want to, and I did because there was this huge Doberman and a Rottweiler on the beach, and they were running around, and my kids were terrified. All they wanted to do was play on the little raft in front of the house. And they couldn't go on the beach, so I said, you know, maybe I'll do it again. I called the police, and I had people, because of the Florida law, you have to disclose who called. I had these guys, these larger guys, walking around the beach looking to get into an altercation with me because my name is Hugh, and I was the one who called the police on them. So even doing the right thing creates another level of problems because they were on the beach for 3 days, and you're literally held hostage in your house where you can't go out. And that's a terrible feeling to come to when this is not what I bought into, right? That's not the place I bought. That's not what I thought the keys were. Growing up poor, you get to experience the environment through school trips and everything, and I don't even think they do that anymore, right? I mean, I think all of us here are similar in age, right, where you had field trips, and you would learn about the Everglades, and you'd learn about the Keys, and you'd learn about turtles. One of the fascinating things I thought was, wow, here go my children able to learn and see turtles hatch on a beach and be part of this miracle, right, that's happening. And instead, what I'm getting in return is nothing like that, right? And I tell you, it is getting progressively worse and more aggressive.
Can you try to wrap it up, young man?
I will. I wish you'd take the time to just read my story, right? Because it sort of encompasses everything. But I do appreciate all that you do, and I love the fact that you pray before the meeting and do the Pledge of Allegiance. I have council meetings and stuff in Scottsdale. They don't do that, so this is a unique place, and I'm really glad to be here, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Who's next, Marty?
Next up is Chuck McWhorter.
Brandon, can we still be friends? Absolutely, Chuck. I'm just going there anyway.
My name's Chuck McWhorter. I came here when end of the year Andrew hit, and we didn't have this problem. Granted, we do not have this problem on a daily basis, but we have a lot of this on the weekend. I live on the cul-de-sac. I spent a few $1,000s to put in an invisible fence to keep my dog in, but that doesn't keep their dogs out. This past weekend, 2 times dogs came right up. One started up my steps, the other one just come in and peed around, literally. I know there's a lot of things have to be done to get something like this through. But as Hugh said, we're trapped in our house on the weekend. Those pictures, I don't know if, when were those pictures taken? This weekend?
Memorial Day and 4th of July.
Yeah. It was bad Memorial Day, but it was really bad 4th of July weekend. So whatever can be done, I'd appreciate it very much. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next up is Alan Davis.
Hi, guys. I'm a retired physician living on Sunset Beach, and I came here for tranquility and peace. Well, this weekend wasn't tranquil and wasn't peaceful. So I want to comment on something you're completely ignoring, is the public health hazards. Alcohol and boating is very dangerous. And this weekend, there were many inebriated people right off my shore. In addition, they were driving skidoos, or what do they call them, jet skis. Not just for an hour, not for 2 hours, but for 6 to 8 hours each day. That's not good for turtle grass if you're worried about the turtles, and it's certainly not good for the maintenance of a beach. Third, I did not personally see it, but it's been documented that there were diapers in the water and fecal matter that was floating. Now, you may not know, but urine is not dangerous, it's sterile. But fecal matter is very dangerous. It carries hepatitis, it carries AIDS, it carries all kinds of things, and that's not to be ignored. So I chose to emphasize the health hazards, and you're not even thinking about that. So people are going to die there because of the alcohol. People are going to get sick there because of the practices that are done there. It's not if, it's when. So correct it now, and you won't have a problem. But only one person has to die, and that's not right, just for someone to enjoy some sunshine where there really shouldn't be. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's
Next up is Van Cadenhead.
Well, to follow behind the last few speakers, there's very many problems with the increase in boating partying off of our shores. And I saw the picture that Pete put up for the 9 buoys, and I noticed that the line that went up for 300 feet was not at a 90-degree angle from the high tide line. In other words, that whole line of buoys should have been out about another 20 or 30 feet. And I really hope that you listen to these people that are in trouble, that are stuck in their houses, that are having dirty diapers wash up on their beach. This is supposed to be a turtle beach for preserving our environment and having a place for turtles to nest. And we're letting it turn into a party central drunk fest. And I would urge you to take steps and take whatever steps and whatever time and whatever money it takes to protect not only the people that are here, but protect these islands. Because we can protect everything all the way around the village of islands here for 300 feet. And you know, we're going to discuss a police boat tonight. Well, you know, if we have a police boat that is able to enforce whatever ordinances that you draft, which I hope are very stringent and enforceable and enforced and with fines, then I'll be happy, and so will these people. But just to open up our beautiful, pristine oceanfront to and make it party central is not living up to what that mission statement says on the wall there. And you're making these people that paid all kinds of money and pay all kinds of taxes miserable because they're held hostage in their own homes. So please do something and do it now. And you know, let's get the permitting process started, and let's put something in the budget, and let's examine the fact that this is protecting our environment. So why are we not discussing this with the Department of Environmental Protection and get a federal grant? Because if you will listen to what's gone before about the Florida National Marine Sanctuary, the sanctuary goes right up to the high tide mark. So we could get federal funds to help this protection. And we could do it all the way around all the islands. That's what we need. We need to stop this, nip it in the bud, get these people back to Miami with their jet skis, and let them go party somewhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Van. All right, Marnie, any other public comment?
Yes, we have some speakers on Zoom. Next up is Karen Miller. Okay, Ms. Miller, go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm a realtor. I had a listing on Sunset Drive, and I actually have videos and well, I actually have still photos of turtles nesting right on that beach. And I think I can't speak as exactly when the turtle nesting season begins and ends, but a few people mentioned that, but I think that really needs to be taken into consideration. With all these boaters out there, that's going to affect the turtle nesting. And that's many, many, many months over the summer months, sure. And I think they start nesting in April, if I'm not mistaken. So I just wanted to bring that up because even though I don't live there, but I think those beaches need to be protected. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else, Marnie? Is that it?
Yep, next up, we have Mr. Wishmeyer. Okay, Mr. Wishmeyer, go ahead.
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. Mr. Mayor and Council, I would like to take this time to congratulate you on your choice of Rob Cole to be our village manager. Getting weekly reports directly from the manager's office keeps residents informed on current issues and projects. What a breath of fresh air for the community. Putting the past behind us and moving forward in a positive manner is a must. But speaking of the past, I cannot believe that our former manager, Ted Yates, would have the audacity to submit such a demand letter to this council. Number one, reinstatement? Really? After his tumultuous 1 year in charge? Number two, a 3-year contract with automatic renewal. Really? He couldn't even get through 1 year, and now he wants 3 years? Number three, back pay from August 2023 to include all benefits and housing. Really? We have all dealt with contracts before. A non-renewal of a contract does not entitle anyone to severance pay, back pay, or any other benefits. I hope that when you receive this letter, that you threw it in the garbage because that's where it deserves to be. Ignore it. Remember, he was not fired. It was a vote not to renew his contract due to performance and communication issues, so please ignore that letter. Lastly, I would like to know why tab 2, which involves such an important issue, which is direction for staff review of the comp plan of build out limit, is under mayor council communication, which again means no public comment. Please let residents speak on important issues such as this. Thank you very much.
Marnie, anybody else?
Yes, we do. Next up on Zoom, George Hefty. Okay, Mr. Hefty, go ahead.
Hello?
You'll need to unmute.
Everybody else, Marnie?
Yes. Dave Petkovich, hold on a moment. Let me get back to Mr. Petkovich and allow him to speak. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Petkovich.
Hello, Council. I wanted to, I live on Port Antigua and White Marlin Beach, and I wanted to tell you about the environment there. What's happened since 2020 when we've implemented the swim zone is phenomenal. It's come back 5 times over, the seagrass. When I'm out in the water, especially last fall, we see turtles on 20% of our rides, 30% of our rides sometimes. The seagrass, the turtles, the amount of species that are coming in there is just amazing. I think the same thing's going to happen, obviously, at Sunset Drive. I think this increase and the environment getting better there outweighs the drilling that we had to do. I believe that from living there and watching it. The next thing I wanted to talk about was the enforcement, which was a big thing at Port Antigua and White Marlin. We had the sheriff down there all the time. He's hardly ever down there anymore. He's there here and there, but very rarely, especially since we got White Marlin done. And what's happened is we've freed up time for the sheriff to be on the road and doing other things that we want him to do. I think if you look to the right on the wall, the quiet enjoyment sign says it all. And I think that's what we have to do. I'm on a Nearshore Water Committee, and I'm not here representing them, but I'm with Peaceful Waters voting group, and I'm getting a lot of calls, and everybody is supporting Sunset Drive for this. I think what's happened in Lower Matt on the Port Antigua White Marlin side has literally changed the culture there. It really has. We had this environment of just partying and some of the atrocities they talked about, feces coming off boats, off the side of boats. And I would pick up 2 or 3 5-gallon buckets of garbage off the beach every Monday. Now it's a couple pieces here and there. It's just a phenomenal difference. Thank you, Council, for listening.
Thank you. Marnie?
Yes, looks like Mr. Hefty still would like to speak. Okay, Mr. Hefty, go ahead and unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
I'll pick it up on the.
I know you were worried when I slowed down, but I need
No, you
to
didn't.
do that.
Turn that up. Okay, Mr. Hefty, are you able to speak? Sir, we can't hear you if you're trying to speak. Okay, we can move to the next person.
We have somebody else on Zoom?
Yep. We have someone with the handle iPhone. Okay, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Hi, it's Robert Moser, Lower Metacomet Beach Property Owners Association. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm the current president of the association, and we did try to get ahead of this back in 2020, working with Roger and the then council and with Pete Frezza, and sending out the appropriate letters and of interest, taking the appropriate votes of our members, but those have since changed. We have new people that have moved into the neighborhood. And most recently, we had a meeting of our board of directors, and we sent out a survey to all of the homeowners, property owners in the subdivision. And you should have received most of those replies. We were copied on many of them. And we make ourselves available going forward in survey and tabulating votes at your pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marnie?
Yes, next up, Don Horton.
For the record, I'm Don Horton, 47 Schooner Bay Road, and I didn't come here to talk about Sunset and their problems there, but I wish them luck. I came here to talk about letters of map amendment. A letter of map revision is an official document, we call them a LOMAR, issued by FEMA, that revises the current flood insurance rate maps for a specific location. This revision reflects changes to flood zones, floodplains, and other map features based on updated hydrological and hydraulic data and topographic surveys, improvements to floodplain management. And I'll tell you, as the retired building official and floodplain manager for both Monroe County and the village, I signed off on many requests to amend flood maps. So here are the key points about a LOMAR, which is a letter of map revision. A LOMAR is typically requested to reflect changes resulting from human activities like construction projects, improvements in drainage systems, or natural changes in topography or hydrology. A request for a LOMAR involves submitting detailed technical data and mapping to FEMA, not to the building official. This includes engineering analysis, topographical data, and other supporting documentation. FEMA reviews the submission to ensure revisions meet the guidelines and the standards, and a very small part of that review is asking the local floodplain manager to see if there's any conflicts with any of the locally adopted codes and ordinances. Once it's approved, FEMA issues a LOMAR, and the changes are incorporated into the flood insurance rate maps, potentially affecting flood insurance requirements and building regulations. Property owners may experience changes in flood insurance requirements. For instance, if a property is moved out of a high-risk flood zone, the need for mandatory flood insurance may even be eliminated or reduced. Updated flood maps can influence land use planning decisions, and it can assist as a tool to create more resilient properties. LOMARs can involve modifying floodplain boundaries, updating base flood elevations, reclassifying flood zones, or correcting a map error. LOMAR is a legally binding document. It updates the effective firm map. So for property owners and local governments, a LOMAR can be a crucial tool for managing flood risks. So with all that said, I'm begging this council to just stop listening to the uninformed. As I've said many times before, just because somebody gets up here and said something with authority, it doesn't make what they're saying factual or true. There have been several times that the uninformed have tried to make recent flood zone changes the fault of our building official. I assure you that this is far, far from the truth. Your building official only addresses one small part of a larger application that's made to FEMA. Decisions are made by FEMA, and changes to flood zone are the function of FEMA and FEMA alone. So thank you.
Thank you, Don. Marnie, anybody else?
No, that's it.
Okay, all right, with that said, public comments now closed. Council, he's already,
You get one public comment. If we open it up for him, we open it up for everybody to comment a second time.
Okay. Okay.
No, you.
There's a public comment on the tab, which was the first one. Now this is general public comment. Am I not allowed to?
No.
That was general public comment. Hey, you know what? I'll let the council, say. Or do we want to let him speak or?
Let him speak.
Everybody in agreement? Go ahead then.
Difficult. I don't come to these often, but every now and then when something's on the thing that adversely affects me, I take a vested interest. Some of the things these gentlemen said are just not true. The doctor now who wants to be an infection control expert on our beaches is sorely mistaken. If he walks his beach, he'll probably find more needles than diapers that have washed ashore through whatever happens. And I too have rights. I don't live on the beach. I live on the canal in the same subdivision. And I purchased my property over 40 years ago, way before some of these fellas. And God bless them, I'm happy they got a piece on the beach. The pictures that you look at, not one person is on the beach. They're all 50 to 100 feet out in the water. So I also don't want to be funding these private interest groups for maintaining buoys, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to install them, then to maintain them. If they want to suggest that, let them put their money where their mouth is. Let them create a special taxing district amongst themselves and pay for it. As people who don't live on the beach, occasionally we like to go to the beach. It's not frequently, it's infrequently. But on a holiday that they want to throw all this stuff out and say they're adversely affected, that's not true. They can go out of their houses anytime they want. Now, they can't go out on US 1. Try to go to Publix on a holiday. It'll take you 3 hours to go from Lower Matacumby up there and back. So that's what we ought to be focusing on, not for a couple people complaining about a weekend where people are out there having fun with their family and kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was wondering if I could comment.
Go ahead. Do it for one, we got to do it.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to say the last word. Brad and I have been friends for many, many years, and he knew this was coming up many years ago, that we'd be in adverse positions. And as far as people coming there every day or every week or whatever, there's a lot of people coming on the weekends now. It doesn't have to be a holiday or whatever. And it does affect the environment, public safety, because all they come there for, they don't come there for a couple hours, like Brad would come there for a couple hours. They come there for all day. And as the doctor said, he's been living there for 4 years, so he's seen certain things. And yes, there is a lot of needles, but it's public safety and health that we're concerned about, not private individuals. If they want to have music or whatever, sure, we can call the police, which I did a few nights ago. They came down the street at 9:30 with their lights on. The music stopped. They shone their lights on them. And I said, where's the FWC to go in the water and visit these people? Oh, we didn't call them. I said, well, how are you going to get out there and check what they're doing? They've been there for 12 hours. So You shone the lights on them, they took off. They went south, they didn't go north this time. So we do have a problem. And it's up to you to help us. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else, Marnie?
No, I don't have anyone else signed up.
All right, public comments closed totally right now.
Excuse me, sir. You opened public comment for tab 1. We have not.
Okay,
had
Van, you know
general
what?
public
Van,
comment.
sit down, or I'm going to have you, I
You
said,
just
okay.
come on and
There is no there is no public comment for tab 1. What happened was general
was a
public comment.
We allowed public comment for tab 1, and now we have general public comment for the rest of the people that signed up, which is me.
Hey, Van, you need to cool it, buddy. Okay?
You need to start listening.
You know what? I've let you go and go. You want to keep on? Keep on, and you know what? All right. John, are we okay? We're good? Council, are we
General
okay?
public comment was opened up and it was completed.
Right. Okay. Thank you, sir. Okay.
We're on tab 10
Tab
now,
10.
which was moved up.
Yep.
Tab 10 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving residential building permit allocation rankings and awarding residential building permit allocations for Q2 of 2024 and providing an effective date.
Good evening, Council. Daniel Parabach, Senior Environmental Planner. I'm going to read this for Jennifer on her behalf tonight. So this item is the second quarter 2024 residential B pass for market rate. Pursuant to Section 30-475 of the code, the village is required to take action after reviewing the building permit allocation system evaluation report. Pursuant to Resolution 24-05-37, adopted on May 7th, 2024, 7 market rate residential allocations were made available for 2024 through the B-Pass, including 5 market rate with land dedication and 2 market rate without land dedication, available for distribution in Q2 of 2024. At the close of Q2 2024, 61 applications for market rate residential permit allocations were in the B-Pass queue awaiting building permit allocation awards. Pursuant to Section 30-476A4 of the code, a landowner may voluntarily dedicate to the village a vacant buildable lot or buildable land as a part of an application to the B-Pass in order to receive 10 additional points towards the B-Pass score. On June 23rd, 2022, the Village Council passed and adopted by individual resolution the 5 parcels of land to be dedicated to the village to receive additional points towards the B-Pass score. Those 5 resolutions and lots are listed in your packet. An additional note, pursuant to Chapter 30, Article 4, Division 11, Building Permit Allocation System, Section 30-477, Administrative Relief of this code, Chris Trentine, on behalf of CBT Construction and Development Incorporated, applied to the Village Council for administrative relief from the B-Pass for property located at 122 Iroquois Street. As of the close of the 2024 Q2 market rate B-Pass on June 28th, 2024, building permit PRSFC 2018-02189 has now received an administrative relief allocation and has been in the B-Pass system for an additional year, earning 2 additional B-Pass points. The B-Pass application now has 19 points, which ranks the permit application number 6 on the Q2 list. The proposed resolution for the residential B-Pass rankings and awarding market rate building permit allocations for Q2 of 2024 pursuant to the Village Code, Section 30-476. The residential B-Pass applications were evaluated, scored, and ranked according to the criteria outlined in the Village Code and are identified in the table in your packet. Budget impact. If approved as recommended, the additional property value created by these building permits would increase the village's ad valorem tax revenue in future fiscal years. Staff impact would be limited to processing the associated development permits. For recommendation, it is recommended that the Village Council adopt the proposed resolution, thereby approving the residential B-Pass rankings and awarding 7 market rate residential building permit allocations for Q2 of 2024. And staff are here to answer any and all questions.
Okay, let me get back to that again. All right, do we want to, Council, you want to talk about anything? You want to have public comment? Public comment's next. All right, public comment is now open for tab 10. Okay.
Okay, first up, we have Ty Harris.
Good evening, Council. Ty Harris with the law firm of Ty Harris, PA, 110 Plantation Shores Drive, Tavernier, Florida. This is the end of a long, long process. We've gotten a little grayer, maybe gained a couple pounds since this started in 2022, when the land dedications were actually accepted by resolution by this village council. I feel like I've done the presentation 5 or 6 times, and I don't feel a need to do it again. However, there was an issue that did come up, and it was very interesting yesterday, that dealt with the lot dedications in the Bay Hammock Owners Association area, because there's a provision in their HOA docs that require lot owners to contribute a certain amount of money annually. And so, of course, we would not want to put that on the village, and I don't think that was ever an intended deal by either the village or the folks dedicating the lot. So in discussions with emails with Rob and with John, we were able to get a resolution of the board addressing this issue, and I have a copy in the file, but I also want to read it into the record so that there's no concern that the village, when they accept these lots finally, has any obligation to pay into any HOA fees. And this is Bay Hammock Owners Association Incorporated, 10 Flamingo Hammock Road, Islamorada, Florida, 33036. It's stated today regarding Bay Hammock resolution of the board regarding lot dedications. The attendees were the president, Gary Lear, vice president Brian Lesko, vice president Ernie Ness, secretary Karen Moeller, and treasurer Donna Cabrera. The board of Bay Hammock Owners Association, Inc. have called a special meeting pursuant to Section 2, Article 3 of the association bylaws, and a quorum was established per Section 4, Article 3. Discussion. With regard to dedicated lots used as donation lot to the village to facilitate and award a building permit to another lot within Bay Hammock, within the Bay Hammock community, the board hereby agrees that the Village of Islamorada is under no obligation to pay any HOA fees or assessments pursuant to the lot dedications in Bay Hammock. Any current or future HOA fees and assessments attributable to the donated lot shall be paid by the dedicator/owner of the lot that receives the permit to the HOA. This resolution is agreed and attested by majority vote, and it was dated for today and docu-signed. So as far as that issue, I think it's been resolved. The only other thing that came to my attention today was there was a concern about what the HOA documents allow for clearing in Bay Hammock and what the code allows. The village, as most of you know, has no authority to regulate anything in anybody's HOA. We only enforce the codes of ordinances in the Village of Islamorada. So any discussion amongst this HOA about what they want to allow for clearing is a private matter. It is not a public matter for Islamorada. And I think those are the only 2 things I've heard come up. With that, I'll be here to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
I have some questions. May I?
Yeah, let me ask Ty one question. Are you representing the lot dedication?
I represent all 5 of the lot dedication.
All right, that's okay. Okay, Mark.
Thanks, Ty. You mentioned, I'm trying to respond to a couple of comments. You mentioned that there's a homeowners association that has I think you'd say declaration of restrictions, but that's what's there. And it has a limit on clearing a hammock, which is 1/3 of the lot. Yet we're allowing them to clear, we the village, if we approve this, are going to allow them to clear 50% of the lot.
Which is what the code allows.
That's right, because the code allows that. And you said that, and I think I got it right, the village has no authority to enforce a private regulation in a homeowner association, which I agree with.
Yeah.
So let me ask you how this works, because this is a really weird situation. The village is going to accept 2 lots in that subdivision. And under the terms of that declaration, the village will become an owner in there and will have the private right, by virtue of the declaration and acceptance of those documents, to enforce those. So the village will be wearing 2 hats. It will be a government permit issuing authority, and it will also be a private landowner or public landowner, I guess, in a private subdivision, so that it will be allowed to enforce those rights, which would include, I guess, suing the homeowners for overclearing a lot that they gave a permit to clear as a government. You follow me there?
Oh, I totally follow you.
So how does that work?
Well, I guess we'll find out, because the village has a very straight path forward as far as what the obligations of the village are. If a majority of council wants to take on a position that would be adverse to the other members of the association, then that'll be a private matter.
I'm not sure if I have not done a poll of all 33 lot owners in there, but I do know of a couple that do not approve of this. They've called me.
Well,
so there will be some people that object. Whether they file anything or not, I don't have any idea, and I'm not saying they will or won't.
On the flip side, you're getting two of the best lots in the village.
Well, that might be true, but what I'm saying is it's not a good optics situation for the village to permit something and then accept title to property in the same subdivision where they're allowing the deed restriction to be violated. What happens in the next election if all 5 of us get replaced and the new cast of characters decides they want to enforce that? That possibility exists, doesn't it?
That'd be very interesting.
I know it would, but the answer is yes, isn't it?
I don't know if the answer is yes. I've never looked into that.
Okay, okay.
But, you know,
that's
like
okay.
I said, at
but
least
wait, there's
this
more.
process is pretty straightforward. Mark, there's always more.
Listen, let's have some fun with this. I'm not picking on you. Let's just have a little fun. I'm spitballing with you. It's going to pass. I can read the tea leaves. But what I'm saying is, in the declaration, when you own a lot in there, it comes with some appurtenances, 2 of which are each lot gets a boat slip and there's use of the boat ramp. So does that mean that everyone in the village, by virtue of the village's ownership of those 2 lots, as public property now, gets to use the ramp and the slips?
As I understand how this is going to work, is that, and I think this will answer a couple of these questions. You know, we're having fun with hypotheticals, but what the village
That's not hypothetical. That's a fact, buddy.
I think what the village is going to do is the village is going to put a conservation easement on the lots that are dedicated to the village. And so that's going to be the extent. I'm not sure, because you're not going to be paying the HOA fees, whether or not you would be actually entitled to a ramp or to a boat slip. But again, yeah, that's a hypothetical.
The documents say you can't sever the boat slip from the ownership of the lot. So maybe they'd have to gather
then there's also consideration, and if you're not going to pay the HOA fees, then I don't think there's consideration in order to have that. If you're not paying for the maintenance, you don't get the use.
Well, that's true, but that's been waived, so there's no maintenance due. So there's catch-22, I guess. I'm just playing and having fun.
I know what we're doing.
But I'm just saying that these are some real questions that I think it would be wise for us to consider before we leap, before we look here.
So with this theoretical and having this discussion, the good part about this is that the village controls what the village wants to control. If the village council had some opinion from Weisserota that they could go this way, then, you know, it would take 3 of you to decide to go after the boat ramp or try to enforce the clearing ratios in the HOA. But it does present some interesting questions when lot dedications are in HOA property.
Well, I'll just make, I think, a final comment, and it's a comment. You can respond or not. You probably won't. I think it's the height of hypocrisy for the village to issue a permit to clear 50% of a lot and then turn around and accept 2 lots to allow that to happen that are restricted to 1/3 of clearing while accepting use of the boat slip and the ramp for public purposes. It just seems to me that we're wearing 2 hats on one head, and it's just a really bad look for us. I mean, I think it reflects very poorly on us, disrespecting the private property rights of all 33 owners in there. Not all of them agree with me. There might be a few or half. I don't know. I didn't poll them all. But it's just not a really good look. We are on both sides of the fence here. And that's a hard one for me to swallow. I've asked the village attorney about this. He was puzzled as well. I don't know that there is an answer. So maybe this is something we want to put on the agenda for another time to resolve. If I was a homeowner in that subdivision and I found out that there was a threat that my homeowners association was going to be open to the public, very similar to the folks that live on the beach, on Sunset Beach, I would be very concerned, and I would want that to be addressed. Whether I'm here or not after September is irrelevant, but somebody sooner or later is going to catch wind of that, and they're going to want to do something about it. And I just don't think it's good for us to put ourselves in a position as a village where we're causing a problem and we're homeowners in there, and we know this in advance. We're putting ourselves in legal, I don't know, harm's way, but we're putting ourselves in jeopardy of having to defend a lawsuit or be a part of one. I just don't think that's good business. So,
you know what, Ty? Let's look at the flip side. There's going to be 2 lots in there. It's total green space. So if there's 50 lots that could be built or 30 lots, whatever, aren't the people going to be excited that there's 2 lots that's going to be conservation for affinity?
You're taking the words out of my mouth. I think the optics are actually, with all due respect to Councilman Gregg, actually very good, because we talk about preserving hammock lots. And these are 2 of the best hammock lots you're going to find in the village. And they will be protected in perpetuity with a conservation easement, and the village owns them. I have decided that I have come up with a career for Mark when he decides to retire. Mark is going to write all the law school exam questions for the Florida bar, because these are the types of things that you get on the bar exam. In reality, most of these things would never come to fruition because it's in nobody's interest to do it. It's not in the public's interest. It's not in the lot owner and the people that own homes and in this subdivision's interest, but they make damn good law questions on the bar exam. And these are the types of things that make people throw up halfway through the exam, which actually happened next to me when they get these hypotheticals. But it is an interesting question, and it bears some consideration moving forward, but it doesn't change the fact that what we have here is a good deal for everybody. And it's time, after multiple hearings, to finally put this thing to bed, and let's move on with our lives.
And correct me if I'm right or wrong, and John, you can correct me. The village has already accepted these lots. They just haven't recorded them until we allocate the allocation, right?
Well, it tentatively accepted. I mean, obviously, it's still subject to the village obtaining free and clear title. I mean, things between now and there's an appeal period of anything between now and the next 30 days, updated opinion of title needs to take place, things like that. So any approval for any lot dedication is subject to the village actually taking, free and clear title. So we have tentatively approved them to get them on the list, but there are some steps that we get to that, the sausage making steps that you guys don't necessarily see that end up, getting to the actual acceptance and then issuance of an allocation.
All right, so we still have public comment open. Is anybody else want to speak, Marnie?
Are we going back to then discussion after public comment?
Sure.
Yes, we do have a few more folks. Next up is George Perez. Okay. Frank Cabrera.
I'm sorry. Frank Cabrera. There's only so many boat slips in that place. That's why I guess he's given these lots up, because there's not enough boat slips to go around for everybody. That's what I want to say. And they're beautiful lots, wooded lots, and it's up to the council in at Bay Hammock to say yes or no to 50%, and everybody else has been there, has built, has been 50% of the property that they can clear, and nobody's ever said anything, and that's it.
Thank you, Frankie.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yes, we have Donna Cabrera, and then we have David Hilker on Zoom and Karen Moeller on Zoom.
Henry, did you want to?
Yeah, I just want to know the legal connected with these people.
Good evening, council. I feel like I'm gonna faint. And my hair was brown tie when this started, now it's gray. And Mark, all these concerns could have been brought up all these years ago. But the 2 lots that are being donated, from what I understand, they are not assigned a boat slip. I believe, we have to find out, the HOA took those 2 slips to make a larger entrance into the basin. So I don't think that would be an issue. I don't think the boat slips is an issue. The HOA fees would go on to the dedicator of the lot. And the 50% clearing, everyone in there has cleared 50%. There's a architectural committee that approves what you can build in there, and they've always gone, God bless you, with the 50% clearing. So I don't even, my brain is spinning on what you said with that and the lawsuit and making everyone go back, but it's a beautiful little community that everyone loves the trees and to live. We all get along great, and hopefully there's no lawsuits coming from the village to do anything crazy like that. We want to donate 2 beautiful lots, and that's it. And please push this forward. Thank you.
Who's next, Marnie?
Okay, next up is David Hilker on Zoom. Okay, Mr. Hilker, go ahead.
Hi, everybody. I presume you can hear me okay?
Sure.
Yes.
Great. What we seem to have skipped over is a revision to the declarations. In 1998, there was a revision by the HOA, and in that revision, item number 18 regarding removal of trees, it says clearing of over 33 1/3% per lot is not permitted unless prior approval is given by the architectural committee, which we did receive that prior approval. Our site plans were submitted, our architecturals were submitted, and we do have approval from the HOA and the architectural review committee to clear up to 50%. So this conversation is moot. Secondary to that, the boat slips issue is a non-issue. These lots were dedicated without boat slips because these lots don't have boat slips assigned to them. And that's it. So there's no real issue on the table. What I find kind of offensive is that for over 3 years now, we've been thrown every ridiculous little roadblock in this process. When we started out, we thought we were going to be rewarded for doing this, for donating these lots, for creating, a park-like environment and a habitat for the flora and the fauna. And for reasons I still can't comprehend, and it really truly does feel very, very personal. We have someone who says it's not personal. It seems like every meeting for 3 years, and it sure feels like it. It's high time for this to be over. There really isn't an issue. We keep inventing issues like the one where you put us in a penalty box for 2 years without anything written in any of the documents of the village. And, here we go again, just looking for reasons to put a roadblock in front of us. I would ask very kindly of the council to move forward and do what the employees and what the village has said is the right thing to do for 3 years now. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Marnie, who's next?
Okay, next up is Karen Muller. Okay, Ms. Muller, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for taking my call. I am a member of the Architectural Review Committee in Bay Hammock. I'm also the secretary of the board. I have built 2 homes in Bay Hammock over the last 20 years. Both permits were issued based on administrative relief because they'd been in the system 4 years or longer. So I'm a proponent of administrative relief, regardless of whether your lot has a hammock in it or not. We have always, we approve the plans as they come to us in the Architectural Review Committee. And before they even go into the village for permitting. And we do not go against what the village allows for clearing, which is the 50% rule. And so all the newer homes in there, and there's many that have been built, those documents the HOA docs were designed, I believe, in the 80s, before any of these rules to protect the hammock were even in place. So when you're reading the HOA docs, they were actually created before all the rules. Legally, we do not, we have not taken the stance to go against what the village allows. So we have allowed the 50% clearing, and then we pay a mitigation fee or we replant, which many of us obviously have done one or the other. So, you know, we love the environment in here. We love the hammock. We honor the hammock. We plant back as many trees as our lots will allow, 2 for 1. Either that or we pay a mitigation fee to the village or whomever, and then they use those funds for other areas, I suppose. But so I just wanted to clarify that, along with the fact that those 2 dedicated lots do not have boat slips assigned to them. We were short boat slips due to the factors of coming in the marina and such. So they are not being relayed with boat slips, those 2 dedicated lots that the village will end up owning. So there's no rights to the marina or boat slips to the public or to the village, in my opinion, because they're not paying HOA fees and they do not own any boat slips. So I'm hoping that will put those issues to rest. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Karen. Marnie, anybody else?
No, sir, that's it.
What's that?
No one else.
Okay, all right. So public comments now closed. Council, Elizabeth, you had a question?
Thanks. You know, so this is an interesting conversation. I'm looking forward to you know, moving this forward, but I am puzzled by a couple things. One is the conversation about boat slips. I know in our briefing yesterday, it was made clear to me that 2 boat slips are conveyed in this, and so is that true? Or because I've heard lots of people say that it's not, and it's a little frustrating. So could you help me with that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the first time hearing them. The discussion was based upon the condo deck, which says that there's a boat slip that's allocated each lot. There must have been some sort of official act that severed those from those 2 lots. We'll have to get a copy of that from the HOA as part of when we close on everything as we move forward. But it sounds, they've made the representation that there are not 2 boat slips. Although, as Councilmember Gregg pointed out, the deck does say that every lot gets a boat slip. So this is the first I'm hearing. We're going to have to analyze that and determine what the status of those is.
So this evening, we're accepting that I mean, if we choose to move, I mean, our understanding is that yes, we're accepting these lots with boat slips. That's what we're deciding on.
There are no boats.
Well,
Well,
it's been represented to, I think that the analysis should be done that I would recommend that that in analyzing it, we assume that there are not 2 boat slips, and then if we're able to determine that there are, then I think that would be a benefit for the village. But this way, as part of your analysis, I think I would do it that way, because based on the representations that are made, at least that's what it sounds like the current status is.
Yeah, I had another question, which is sort of, you know, on the side of this conversation. So, you know, I appreciate the extra work you've done here to research this, this particular issue. And what concerns me is that, well, I should just say, you know, if we are being asked to scrutinize the applications at this level, then I'm fine with that. I'm happy to do it, but I would like to have that included in our package if that's our task, right? If my job is to, as a councilman, and if those next councilmen are, if we're being asked to scrutinize, again, to this level, then let's have the information, because I don't have it in front of me, and I guess I could request it independently, but I would hope that we're all doing the same research to make these decisions. So I guess, you know, are we in agreement that we want to see that information so that we can all come to the table with the same amount of information to make smart decisions?
And I would just say, normally, no, the council, that's not something the village or the council would get into. I mean, honestly, if we were to get into this amount of detail, we would have to do it for every application.
Right.
I mean, every application, you're going to have restrictions in a mortgage. The mortgage might have a restriction that, you know, it be used as a primary residence, and they might be using it as a secondary residence. And then are we going to be scrutinizing it and analyzing it and enforcing it? You know, the answer is no. That's between the person and their mortgage entity, and the lender might foreclose on it because they're using it incorrectly. But so, you know, it would be a significant undertaking, I think, for your planning department and for you all to analyze every application and any potential private restrictions there might be.
So just, thank you for giving me this time to just explore this, but is it what am I to understand that you are doubting the work that's coming out of our planning department? And that's why you took an extra look at this? Is that the?
That's kind of true, but it's kind of not true. I don't have any real fault with the planning department, although I vehemently disagree with their conclusions. What I have a fault with is that this has taken such a long time, in fairness to what the owners have said, and there's been some turnover where different people have reviewed and exercised discretion in interpreting the code, and that has led to some irregular results. And I'm going to give you one example. The two lots 6 and 7, that are kind of bayfront lots, they're not on open water, but there's a very large 6, 8, 10 acre mangrove area behind them, where the shoreline, or I should say the back property line, boundary line of those properties is that area. And on the plat, it shows that that's the mean high water line. We have a provision in our comp plan and in our code that says there's a 50-foot setback from an adjacent wetland or shoreline or both. I can't remember the exact detail, but there is a setback from a wetland or a shoreline. And we did not recognize that because the planning department made an inspection, and somehow that boundary line was wet on one side and dry on the other, has migrated into the wetland. So there's dry land on the wet side that makes it not adjacent, I guess. I mean, I think adjacent by very definition means next door to, sharing a boundary with. That's what it says in our code. So my position was there should have been some analysis of that shoreline. There is a way to determine that. There's state rules, federal rules, village rules. I would have been more comfortable had that been done, but the response I got was it's not a problem without, I mean, and then Daniel did give me a good explanation. He did go out, I think he said a half a dozen times in the property and look at it. But I just have a fault with how that interpretation was made. You know, like I said once before, nothing's either good or bad, it's how you think about it. So if they interpret it that way and the council supports that, that's the right answer. Otherwise, it's not. And I don't know that there's a different standard at the state level and at the federal level. I didn't look at the Water Management District regulations, but I can tell you where I have property somewhere else, it's a 75-foot setback and buffer. So the manager told me that we're in compliance with that. He doesn't lie, so I have to take him at his word. But
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rob. Can Rob talk? Sure. He raises.
I just want to clarify a little bit here because there was a little bit of shade cast on our planning team with respect to the analysis that they completed on these lots. I think that they have been consistent with their interpretation of whether a wetland setback is required and made a determination in this particular case consistent with what they've done in the past that says if that wetland is actually not contiguous with the property or overlapping onto the property, then the wetland setback is not triggered. And I think the dictionary definition of adjacent does say things like contiguous, touching, things like that.
It says it shares a common border, which it does.
Correct, but in this case, staff has made a determination that it actually does not, because they're saying there is space between the biological community that constitutes a wetland and the property boundary. According to Daniel, and I'll let him speak in a moment, I just wanted to provide some defense of his evaluation, he indicated that there's mature hammock and non-wetland species of plants on the property itself, which would coincide with his determination that there's no wetland on the property, nor is it sharing that lot line. Being close to sharing the lot line is not sufficient to trigger the wetland setback. It has to actually have that shared lot line, that shared boundary, and or be on the property itself. And Daniel, if I've mischaracterized or it was incomplete, feel free to expand.
I would just echo what you said. I went out multiple times to verify. The wetland line is not within the property boundaries and the corners are pinned. You have two separate issues. You have the science issue, which is fun for me to go out there and see where the two ecosystems collide and see if there's any wiggle room and delineate the wetland. And then you have the planning issue and how the code's interpreted and applied. So in this case, both are sound. I believe the wetland line is where I think it is and where it's been mapped on the survey. And the planning decision was made based on all the prior decisions and interpretations. It's consistent with everything we've done, specifically within that same neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
Well, my point is that the boundary, the legal boundary line to the property is not the deciding factor. It's the location of the wetland versus where the development occurs, and there's supposed to be a 50-foot buffer, or in some cases a 30. It could be 30, but I'm not going to blow that up. You asked me a question, and that was my answer. And there was some other irregularities that I believe got resolved. That's a private community, so the roads in there are not public roads. They're considered a private access way. And on two of the lots, part of the conservation easement extended 26 feet out into that private access way. Yet the condominium or the association documents require that be cleared and kept cleared for access for everyone else in there. So I felt it was a conflict for us to require the property owner to plant in that area and vegetate that as part of the conservation easement, while the condominium or the association documents required that it to be cleared, and it has been cleared. So the staff looked at that, they examined how it could go forward. The conclusion is they are not going to plant trees in the access area. Everything can be handled on the lot area. And one of the site plans showed access with 2 driveways. We only allow 1 driveway. So that has been resolved. I think, Daniel, they're going to amend the conservation easement, which, by the way, it requires the area to be kept in a natural state. And, paved asphalt or rocky right-of-way is not a natural state. And they recognized that and they corrected that.
Henry, did you want to say something? No? Okay, Vice Mayor Mahoney?
Yeah, I do. Man, I respect how you talk, Mark, but how many rabbits do you have in your hat? I mean, it's one thing after another after another. I think this is ridiculous. I'd like to move to give them their lot dedications and let's move on. So can I make that motion?
You can.
I still had a few things to say.
Well, you always have a few things to say, Mark, and I respect that, but it's like one thing after another after another after another. I mean, come on.
You want to cut me off? That's on you.
Well, you know what? Sometimes I'd like to cut you off, okay? So.
I'll give you a second.
Thank you.
All right. So, Marnie, we got a motion and a second. Would you call the roll, please?
Okay, Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal.
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg.
No.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Yes. And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, I guess we can move on now to Mayor Council Communications. Request for council direction to initiate staff review of comp plan and build out limit. Councilman Mark Gregg.
I just have to ask, tongue in cheek, am I going to get cut off on this one, or do I get to finish my? Oh, how nice.
Yeah, wait, can we just like reset this? Because we kind of come into this meeting with a little bit of fire, and I'd love to just reset it and come back with, you know, some gentility and civility, because this stuff is super important. And, you know, I got all night. I like blocked my evening for this whole meeting. And
Well, it is super important, but when I start turning over rocks and finding answers to problems, I get cut off. So I see how the game is played, and if you don't want to hear...
That's not true. This has been going on for 3 years since you and I have been on council.
I'm pretty well informed about how it's been going on, and I see how it's happened. So
They followed protocol, man, and bought the lots, and they're given 2 hammock lots.
I hear you. I'd like to...
You got the floor.
Thank you. That's the words, the magic words I was looking for. So in this tab, if you looked at it, I have a document in there that probably doesn't look familiar to you because it's not readily available. It is a public document. And what it is by way of a little background, whenever we pass a comp plan amendment or the comp plan itself, we don't just do that based upon what we like or want. It has to be supported by a data and analysis. And so when the village began the process of writing the first comprehensive plan, the planning firm called Les Solon and Associates, who's still in existence in Tampa, was hired to prepare this for us, not just the plan text itself, but to do the background research to support that. So the document that you see in the file comes from the original data and analysis that was the backup, so to speak, for the original comp plan, which was passed in 2001. The document there, though, was actually written and prepared mostly in 2099 and then into 2000 itself. So it's about 25 years old. And the reason that I put it in there for you to read is, as I guess where I'm going with this is, if we're going to be going forward with a comprehensive plan and amendments and figuring out how many more permits we may or may not want, I keep falling back on the old adage, in order to know where you want to go, you need to know where you've been. So this is where I've been, and I wanted to share it with you, not in any kind of adversarial way, but truly in an informative way, so that you can read this and you can see if you can understand it. And I'm going to ask for your consent to have our planning staff give a more layperson style explanation. But this tells you what the original intent of the comp plan was in the very first comp plan in 2001. And it has some limitations in there about how many houses we want to permit, how many square feet of commercial space we want to do. We're way, way, way past that. Now, I'm not saying we're in violation. I didn't say that. What happened after this is that we're supposed to review this every 10 years. And so we did in 2010, but it took until 2013 for us to condense that review into a document, and it was called a Memorandum of Understanding, and it was between the village and I believe all the other municipalities in the county and the state. And at that time, it was called the DCA, Department of Community Affairs. The modern name for that same organization or agency is the Department of Business. I don't even know what it is. It used to be Economic Opportunity, but can you help me out, John? What's it called today? Department of Commerce. I got close. So I think that we're on the cusp of what would be, I guess, our second 10-year review and Memorandum of Understanding, which is where we're going to be going. Somebody will be going. I won't be after November. But it's background to tell you, this was our first step, and then you can read, I didn't put it in here, I'm going to start with baby bites, and the 2013 Memorandum of Understanding stepped up where we could take more units and issue out more because they did an analysis and they determined that that was warranted. So we're about to begin the long process of that next 10-year analysis to determine the next version of that. So this is really just my sort of introduction to you about where we came from. But rather than have you listen to my version of it because I'm toxic, I think it would be, I'm asking you to have the staff process it in a very simple to understand summary in comparison to where we're at today, and to give you some perspective, for example. And if you're like me, whenever you go and see someone in a grocery store or getting gas or on the water or whatever, they ask, hey, are we going to get some more B-Pass allocations? Or I heard we're getting 2,000 new B-Pass, or where are they going to put all these homes? So this information will be relevant to how we answer those questions. And I think it would be helpful if you knew where the start was. So that's all I'm asking. If you don't want the staff to do that, that's okay too. I'm suggesting it might be helpful to you if you did that. And certainly the public, I think, would benefit from having that same background of perspective as to how we got to this moment. So what say you?
Can I ask you a question, Mark?
Sure.
Just because I've had family members that were Paul Bunyan, now they're Johnny Appleseed. They got lots of permits, and now they're into conservation. I mean, there's been a lot of people here in this community you started in the very beginning. I mean, you've built affordable houses, and you've built a lot of houses and everything, and now it's, okay, but you just, here's what I'm having an issue with. Not an issue, but I'm just saying, you know, we can be Paul Bunyan, okay, and then we can become Johnny Appleseed later. But we took a part in the build-out. You know, there's certain people in this community that got a lot of permits and built a lot of homes. There's certain families.
I was one of those. I built 6 houses, 3 of which were affordable. The other 3 which were not affordable but were on the same footprint or same size, so practically speaking. I cleared land. I cut down mahogany trees. I've done all sorts of things that were not environmentally friendly.
And I know you're involved in North Florida Trust now.
So yeah, I operate as a consultant for a land trust that purchases conservation land in the wildlife corridor in North Florida. And over the years, not just recently, but over the years, I've seen things, and I've kind of realized, boy, I had a role in that. You know, the crowding, the bringing people in to clog the roads, clearing land, just degrading the quality of life. I had a role in that. And I just don't feel honest about sitting here and not sharing my perspective, because I did that. And I'm not proud of it. I mean, I'm proud of the affordable housing I did, but I'm not proud of the outcome here 40 years later. So I was a Paul Bunyan, but now I want to be a Johnny Lime Tree, whatever, and Appleseed and all the others. But really, I think that, you know, what I think is great is your family and Sharon as well, both native-born conchs. You know, I think you may have a sense of pride that I wish I could have, but I wasn't born here. And that is, this is your home. This is where you were raised. Your family is here. The natural environment here is part of how your family was able to live. They relied on the things on the land and in the water to carry them through. And that is a very important part of our heritage. In the homeowners document that we referred to on the Bay Hammock thing, it talks about preserving that because of the beauty and the contribution to the well-being and the health and wealth and all that stuff. It recognizes that. And I know that your family recognizes that. Yeah. Russells and Penders and Lowe's and all the other early families. And it just would be something, I don't like to say it this way, but if I were in your shoes, I would be fighting to keep every tree standing in homage to my heritage and to those who fought and struggled to survive here all the years. It seems like each year we keep selling out more and more and more to build more and more and more. And pretty soon there won't be any more fish. There is no more coral. There won't be many more trees. There'll be nothing but rooftops. And so the question I want to answer is, how much is too much? And again, that's a matter of opinion and choice and perspective. And I think ultimately it should be a matter of community agreement, which hopefully will come from something like a survey or workshops or other things like that. But I see the degradation of quality of life here. It's a lot more expensive, it's a lot more crowded, and this is me just getting old, but it's a lot more rude than it ever was. People are starting to be unkind and unneighborly, and I think that's a result of being overcrowded. I think it's hard to argue that we're not overcrowded, especially if you go anywhere near the highway, especially on a weekend or a holiday. It wasn't like that 10 years ago.
Even the state, Salt Springs, man, you go to the end of Salt Springs off the St. Johns River, man, 300 boats. I was just in Flagler County this past weekend. Both Matanzas Inlet on the ocean, boats to boats, cars parked all over, on the inside, on the intercoastal. It's just the whole state, though, where this is,
I think that's something that the five of us have the ability to have some influence over. And others have said it's right in front of us on the wall. We have a right of quiet enjoyment. We have quality of life. We're here to protect natural resources and our village character. And I think that the habitat here is part of our character. I think the number of people that live here, we've gone from being a bedroom community to a vacation rental community. And I'm not making a judgment on whether that's good or bad, but it is not enhancing my quality of life. And I don't think I'm the only one that feels that way. And I like to give a voice to those who feel like me, but also a seat at the table for everyone else to weigh in and make a contribution to a group decision, a village decision on what we're going to do in the next 2020 plan, the 2040 plan. So there's probably a lot more. I'm surprised I didn't get cut off, but I'm very grateful that I didn't. Thank you, Sharon. That's a joke. Come on. I'm trying to lighten up. So I hope that would be something to start to think about. I don't think many people want to speak up about build out because it's not popular with parts of our community, and I used to be part of that, and I understand that. But it's kind of the island hasn't gotten any bigger, and I would be willing to bet it's actually gotten smaller if you are if you see sea level rise. At my house, the water has come up 8 to 10 inches in the 25 years that I've been there. So I don't believe in it. I see it, so it's real for me. So we have less space to live, more people that are here, not only living, but visiting. And, you saw the folks on Sunset Beach. That wasn't like that several years ago. Wasn't like that when we were kids, I know that. So these are changes, and we have to have some compromises on how do we deal with those. I just wanted to get the conversation started. We're going to get into the big planning process sometime soon. I keep hearing about it. I'm not saying anything about the staff. They're doing the best they can with it. But just having this conversation doesn't mean we can't start thinking about it now and seeing what perspectives we want to take into consideration. I'm offering a longer term one. You and Sharon have a much better one. Henry probably the best since he's our senior, to bear witness to the changes that we've had. Some are great, some are not. So let's figure out what we want to keep and what we don't. That's what I'm saying.
Elizabeth and Rob, you can go next after I know you want to.
So what I'm hearing you request here is that you want our planning department to review this document and use it as a tool as we move forward. And as we all know, we've got a comp plan review and an LDR review coming up. And I wonder if this is an opportunity, which again, the RFP has gone out, and I wonder if there's an opportunity here to request that process be expedited. I'm not sure why there's been this 20-year gap in analyzing our comp plan and our LDRs, but that's just where we are today. And I think we're all feeling the pressure of, holy crap, it's everything you just described, for sure. And this is a real opportunity. So, if this is a tool that our planning department can use to better understand their own, like the work that Jennifer has put forward in that really lovely timeline, great. But also, I would love to ask for the comp plan process that we have initiated to be expedited. I mean, I know and I know we've talked about this, Rob, maybe you could speak to it. I know this is usually a lengthy process, but we really we're a little bit behind, like we're a little bit late on that. So I think yes, let's have the planning department look at this and use it as a tool, but can we also ask our staff to expedite the award of that RFP and that work?
I would just, the byproduct of what I would like to see the staff, the product I would like them to produce is a really simple, could hopefully be a 1-page or even 2-paragraph document, is in light of the standards that are set out in this original data and analysis, have we exceeded that or not? And if so, by how much? And that will give us some sort of a long-term timeline to see, did we go too far? Maybe we did, maybe we didn't. Do we have more room to go? That possibility exists as well.
Can I just ask a question? I mean, I'm assuming that information will come out in this work that Jennifer and her team are doing, because we're going to be asked to we have to have that information when we or whoever is sitting here is asked to say how many allocations do we want.
He's chomping at the bit. Just what you just said is what he was.
I think
that's what he wants.
I don't think that Rob minds waiting for me to finish
No,
the
he
sentence.
doesn't. No,
Yeah, I mean, and I certainly, I just, said I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say, but, again, here we are having our little piece, so. Yeah, go ahead, Rob. I thank you for your patience and tolerance and allowing me to speak at the dais.
Thank you, Councilwoman Jolene. I think everything that everyone said is accurate, right? We have to look back to see where we're headed. We need to use data. We need to have strong public engagement. We need to really look at these issues that are both of concern to the Village Council and to the community. As it stands, we have a couple of different significant studies that are underway already, and I do believe that this document and what Councilman Gregg is asking for dovetail nicely into those processes. To illustrate, we have the ROGO and the BPAS discussion. We've already started on the first survey round with that. I have an announcement that I'll be reading as part of the manager's comments about the first workshop on that topic. I'll certainly make sure that Jennifer and her team are aware of this document, contemplating how best to weave that into the ROGO BPAS discussion as it's continuing to play out as we speak. I mean, our next workshop is actually July 30th, and that's the first workshop. There's another workshop that's scheduled as well, referencing the Gantt chart that Jennifer and her team put together. That's online, and it has some tentative dates as to when and how we'll work through these questions. I think we are so close to being in the middle of them that it's not entirely helpful to either of those processes to begin a third conversation that tries to kind of jumpstart those pieces of what is otherwise going to be part of both the ROGO and BPAS conversation and the comp plan update. In terms of timing on the comp plan, we do have the award of a contract for a particular vendor either in August or September, depending on how quickly we can pull together the team that evaluates those responses, make sure that they select the right vendor. We want someone that's going to pull all these pieces that everyone's talking about together, have a very robust public engagement plan that allows people of diverse viewpoints and perspectives on these very critical community planning issues to all come to the table, have their voices heard, have opportunity to influence outcomes. I want to get to a position where the outcome of that both of those processes include data. You know, Mark mentioned that the first report said there was a 10-year review. I think 10 years is too far apart. I think you have metrics that you apply to the LDRs and what outcomes you're trying to achieve, and you take the temperature a little bit sooner than that, you know, maybe every 2 to 3 years, so you can see, are the modifications that you make, are the goals and objectives you're setting making meaningful progress towards achieving the outcome that you really want to be at. Don't wait 10 years to figure out that you're not where you thought you were going to be. Check it more often. You know, you're sailing out on the open water. Check and make sure that you're keeping your bearing. And if you're not, figure out why and make adjustments along the way during that 10-year cycle. And I think the ROGO and BPAS discussion combined with the comp plan can really set us up for success. And I don't want to, you know, kind of begin tearing pieces of it apart and maybe doing less than a better job than we could do if we let them get really truly vetted and discussed with many perspectives that are brought in through those formal planning processes. So I'm not saying this conversation is a bad one. I'm saying it's a very critical and important one, and I'm very glad that Councilman Gregg brought it to the table. I just think timing of it is best that we weave it into where those public engagement efforts that are so important in getting the right answers can help really pull additional threads and vet the topic thoroughly before we make a commitment and assign staff duties that will otherwise be handled in another venue that is being designed, I believe, to really lead us down a good path.
Okay, Henry, do you have anything you want to say?
You may not follow me. You didn't follow me when I suggested when they make the allocations to 2026. I appreciate Mark saying that you voted wrong. I got no support whatsoever, but we're almost there. I don't want to say I told you so. That's not fair. But we're pretty close to what I proposed for 2026. For us to be a part of the comp plan, for the staff to be a part of the comp plan, I'm not totally satisfied with that, truthfully. Key West had help in an out-city source for the same thing, and very successful. I may be crossing the line to suggest that at this time, but it's just something that I've thought about. And everybody at this table is certainly qualified to have their views. The comp plan has been suggested a long time ago that it's outdated and has to be reviewed. And I'm just not that comfortable, not only with myself, truthfully, but with everybody. If I were in charge, I would give it to an outside source, quite frankly. Go ahead.
Councilman Rosenthal, I just wanted to clarify, we are hiring an outside planning firm that's an expert in this area to guide and lead that process. Their work will be informed by discussions both with the village council, staff, and others to make sure that they take into consideration the steps that we want them to take, the robust public engagement, but it will be led by an independent third party.
I read that as well. I just wanted to view my comments in reference to what you wrote in respect to that.
Very good. Thank you.
So that's pretty much it. I get to a point where I'm very uncomfortable with a lot of things and a lot of people, truthfully. I'm very uncomfortable when I see attorneys walk through the village unannounced, just show up. That's been going on not only, I've been here for almost 4 years, and that's been going on long before I arrived. The associations that are developed sometimes are questionable. So, just my observations. With that, I'll just say thank you.
Thank you, Henry. All right, so we ready, council, we okay to move on?
Actually, I had a question, whether we could, as a council, request that we expedite this comp plan LDR review process. That's just increasing, I think it was looked at a 2-year period, and
Yeah, well, it's all being done as one, according to what I talked about in my 2-hour briefing today.
so I think that we have the ability to be a little more nimble if we want that. And I think that we all bear that we all are to blame when we don't acknowledge that we're behind we're behind in this process. Like, we have to make change. I don't know why this hasn't been done prior to our sitting here, but are we seriously going to just let this go on for 2 more years? And I mean,
I don't think so.
Good. So that would require us to request of our staff to move this forward in a little bit of a speedier timeframe. And I know that puts a lot of pressure on us.
We're going to let Mr. Cole explain that right now.
Yeah.
Just real quick, the timeline that was proposed by Planning Director DeBoybrin included completing the comp plan update no later than fall of next year. So we're approaching into fall of this year, so it's a little over a year, but not a 2-year process. What I can commit to is once we award a contract to the planning firm, we will alert them to the need to move as quickly as we can and to highlight some of the issues that are in our list that were of deep concern to council and are on our project list of separate projects to see if there's a reasonable way to help expedite some of those specific issues as well. But in answer to the question, yes, we will endeavor to work with that consultant to move as quickly as we can, get the right public engagement, but it's not a 2-year process. It's, targeting completion not later than October of next year. But yeah, we will certainly endeavor to do that.
I appreciate, I'm just going to, never mind, I'm not going to say anything.
Okay, so we good? Can we move on to, let's move on to village attorney, village manager communications. And Vice Mayor, unless you had something you want to throw in there. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Cole.
Sure, I do have one announcement that Planning Director DeBoybrin asked me to make on behalf of the Planning Department, and that is that the Building Permit Allocation System Community Workshop, the first one of a couple, is taking place on Tuesday, July 30th at Founders Park Community Center from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. And if anyone would like more information about that workshop on July 30th, that's a Tuesday, 5 to 7 p.m. in this room here, please contact Anita Muxo in the Planning Department by dialing 305-664-6498 or anita.muxo, that's M, Mary, U umbrella, X, X-ray, O Oliver, at islamorada.florida.us. So please be sure to participate in the workshop. The more people that we have participating, the better the outcome is going to be. The other item that we have under Village Attorney / Village Manager Communications is a staff update regarding council direction at the June 11th regular meeting to provide additional information related to Restoration Fund expenditures, including whether they are supporting the goal of no net loss of tropical hardwood hammock within the village, as described in Village Code Section 30-1615, transplantation and restoration standards. And I'd like to invite our staff to provide that report.
All
Thank you, Daniel.
I'll start. Yeah, so the questions came up. The Landscape Mitigation Fund, are the funds being used appropriately? What are they even able to be used for? And are we utilizing the funds to their fullest extent? So Pete and myself, we work in this realm pretty frequently, and the overall answer to those questions is the fund is being utilized. It's utilized for restoring habitat, planting native trees. Specifically in the code, the fund pays for planting trees and restoring habitat in conservation areas, open space, and also restoring certain habitats that the trees are removed from. And the process, I won't get into the whole process, but the code encourages replanting within the property that the trees are being removed from. If not, then the next step is donating trees to the village to be planted somewhere. And then the last step in the process is if none of those options are available, there's a fee that the person removing the trees will pay. It goes into this mitigation fund to be utilized for the acceptable purposes. And if you had any further questions about how exactly that's utilized and how much money in the past few years we've spent towards projects, Pete has some additional data. One thing we'd like to point out too is that on top of restoring habitat and planting native vegetation, that fund can also be used to acquire conservation properties.
Okay. So Daniel, can I get you or Pete one either to, since 2018, how much, where I know the one fund has 700, I know we talked about it today, it had like close to $1 million, but how much money have we spent? I mean, I know we spent 650 just last year acquiring the Glen property, but
Vince is going to pull up these numbers for us right now. We do have it prepared.
yeah, so the public can see for transparency that we have been doing, or the village, I mean, because I wasn't there in 2018, but so.
So yes, this is what funds have come into this mitigation fund since 2018, so the past 6 years. And then in that third column there is the funds used for restoration and landscaping projects. You can see there, what has come in is $701,508. We've utilized $203,422, and thanks to Lisa for helping us put these numbers together. And as Daniel mentioned, these funds can be used for land acquisition, so we have spent $1,851,851,000 in the past 6 years for property for conservation or properties that could be restored. So as you can see, the funds bring in a significant amount of money. We haven't utilized the full amount in the past few years, but we realize now we have not used these funds for land acquisition, but in the future, we can and may be able to use them for that. So this is certainly a useful fund, and we want to continue using it for this reason.
But Daniel and Peter, the fact of the matter is we have, if we'd have been spending money out of that fund, we'd be $800,000 we in the hole because we would have grabbed the money from somewhere else, which is what we did. Is that right, Lisa? Okay, all right. So you guys impressed me today when I asked that question. I said, I want to know how much money we spent since 2018 on purchasing land. So.
But that money, I'm confused by your question about we would have been in the hole because that money was allocated toward.
Well, it was pulled out of different funds, right? Is that what we determined today? Yeah, Rob?
Yeah, I think what is trying to be described here is that while we have money inside the restoration fund that was eligible to use for land acquisition, when it came to the accounting as to where we actually pulled those funds from, it did not get charged to the land acquisition fund. If it did, and it could have, is the point Mayor's making, we had $1.8 million we spent on acquisition. Clearly, that would have wiped out the entire restoration fund had we chose to charge it to where it was eligible to, but didn't. So we've, in other words, been achieving some of the outcomes that that mitigation fund was designed and intended for. We've simply subsidized it by pulling money from general fund and capital and wherever else those particular acquisitions were funded from, perhaps unnecessarily in their entirety because we had another pool that was eligible to be charged for those. I think that's the gist of it.
Right, I agree. Do you understand now?
Yes.
That I didn't understand it either, and that's why I asked these guys that question this morning. And then we had to get Lisa involved.
I'd like to ask a question for Daniel, maybe Peter, whatever, or Lisa, all three. From your interpretation of the code, is it fair to say that the overall goal of the use of that fund is to, either through land acquisition or planting trees, whether in a hammock or elsewhere, is the overall goal to prevent the loss of the, to satisfy the no net loss of hammock standard? Would you say that that's accurate? Either for land acquisition or planting?
Right. It states it in that section of code that this is geared towards a no net loss of hammock.
So have we lost any hammock? Do we have any facts and figures? Because I know we've cleared a lot. How much have we created?
I don't have the exact numbers, but we were working on that in the past.
Can we, is it hard to figure that out? I mean, if I ask you to figure that out, would it be like
That
to
presentation.
get a supercomputer?
Remember that we were given that information in a presentation last year under the last planning department, and those numbers we have those. There, I think you have those numbers already. The planning department does, because remember, and it was pretty significant. Like, whoa, we are losing hammock, basically.
That's the point
Yeah.
I wanted to make. So I've had a couple of people comment, well, we bought all this conservation land. Well, buying existing hammock is not stopping the loss of hammock. We're keeping what we already got. What I'm interested in is have we found any, well, I'll tell what you and I talked about earlier today. You know, we don't have, the reason that we have so much money in the fund is that we haven't planted any, we haven't restored any or very much hammock. So Daniel and I had a great conversation yesterday and today mostly, where if I hadn't been cut off, I wanted to share this with you, that Samurai Construction donated a lot that would be a suitable candidate for restoration. So what I was hoping that we could do is have a conversation about, instead of having him put that money in the fund, why don't we just let him restore his own lot? And we would be killing two birds with one stone, and it would be all within his control. There is a technical reason why we can't do that, and it is because I guess the code says the land has to be set aside for conservation. I'm not sure if it says it has to be zoned for conservation, but certainly that would have been a positive outcome. I thought that would have been able to balance out the loss of hammock that they were going to clear, and then he's donating a lot that's got hammock restoration potential. It also happens to be next door to another lot that we already own that could be, it's got hammock on it, but I don't think you had a chance to look at that one to the south, did you, the buddy?
But I would gamble that it's pretty similar to the.
Yeah, I think so, just from driving by on the old road. And so we also, when we purchased the Glen property, to simplify things, there are two hammock parcels, two hammock patches on that property. One out by the road, which is, in my words, pristine, but there's one back by Monty Green's storage facility that is degraded. And that is an excellent receiver site for, I think, would you agree with me there that that's a good place to put it as well? So we actually have places to plant trees, but we're not doing that. And we really haven't developed, we have the fund, but we really don't have a plan. And, you know, the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee, one of the tasks that they have is to help us find land to spend this money on. So I'm looking at how do we get to the goal of no net loss of hammock, and it just seems like the number of acres that we're losing continues to grow, and we're spending money, but the goal is not being met. So that was the purpose of me asking for this exercise, and if you would like to continue to find out, you know, to get some real data so we're not just throwing darts in the dark, I'd like to find out how much we've lost, and that way we can set a goal and use the money for that, and when we reach it, we can have a celebration.
But do we ever consider the trees? I don't know about you, but on my properties, mahoganies are coming up all the time. Dogwoods are coming up all the time, man. Gumbo limbos are coming. You just got to stick those in the ground. And
well, that's true, but a hammock is not just a bunch of trees. It's an ecosystem, and it takes a long time to form. I'll tell you a good story. You might remember that if you're driving south past the San Pedro Church, but before you get to Indian Waterways, there used to be a billboard there on the side of the road. And the billboard company had cleared the area in front of it, several hundred or 1,000 square feet, so that you could see the billboard. We bought the billboard, we pulled it out. I shouldn't say we did, I think the DEP bought it. Somebody bought it, and that's now conservation land. You can't even tell where the billboard was. It has all come back natural. So if we just found the right properties and almost leave it alone, it'll cure itself.
let's face it, the Glen property, all that, I said today in my briefing, George Hanna owned the Gulf Station where Brian Smith's Realty is going to Venetian Shores. The helicopter used to land, and they would take the service truck over there and fuel that helicopter. And all the pictures that my family has, was all clear cut. Every bit of that was clear cut. On our street, those lots that are now built on, but before they got built on, that was all clear cut. But there was big mahoganies, there was buttonwood, there was, because it was next to the wetland, but there was dogwoods, Jamaican dogwoods there, there was ironwood there was pigeon plum there. I mean, what?
Nature has the remarkable ability to come back in some cases. On a sad note, I saw an article online today where the tree cactus, there's a subspecies in Key Largo, is now extinct. There were 6 of them left, and I guess the rising salt water under the coral killed them. When I say extinct, I mean in the wild. They harvested some, and they're growing them in a nursery or something, so they're not lost forever. But there's not everything is savable. But you know, the hammocks are part of the beauty of the village. I think that they add a tremendous amount of value to our properties. People love to plant trees. It looks great. You go to somebody's house with nice landscaping, ask a real estate appraiser if that doesn't help.
What you're talking about is what the state did when they bought Worlds Beyond on Card Sound Road, which old trailer park, RV park, whatever you want to call it. And I don't know how many thousands of trees. They were islands. You know, you got an island here that had 18 native trees, and then a little bit further over, the same thing, okay? I probably drilled 4,000 holes up there in a month.
Well, I used to live in Indian Waterways in Indian Harbor. I have an aerial photograph from, I think it's 1959, where that you could see the bay from the highway. Sandy Sprunt, who lives in there, I used to talk to him at Rotary. He told me the story about you could stand on US 1 and see the bay all the way. All those trees, a few had been left scattered, but it comes back. So if we work with nature and this fund, we can restore that and maintain that, and then development can happen somewhere else. But I just don't think the village has been aggressive about pursuing the goal of no net loss of hammock. And I just wanted to call attention to it, see where we're at. Daniel and I talked about a number of things where the code could be improved for that would actually allow more development to occur in other areas. So there's a way to make it work for everybody. And rather than us fighting about it during a BPAS allocation tab item. So I just wanted us to start talking about it and stop fighting about it and start doing something about it. That's why we're talking about it.
So I'm hearing you say that you want us to give direction to Daniel to come back with more information, but I wonder if we can also request a brief analysis of what it would look like to create a land acquisition fund, and that might be something that could be funded in our upcoming budget, because that, by acquiring land, not only do we have the opportunity for conservation, but then we take properties off of the role for allocations. And no one is talking about takings claims and the real crisis that's coming up when we tell people that you can't build on your lot because there is no more room or there are no more allocations. And that tool to create a land acquisition fund that's funded by the community now, rather than in response to a crisis that is imminent, is something we should be talking about. So can we give direction to, again, it's just to resurface that information. Remember, Mr. Galizio gave pretty alarming presentation about net loss, and that's not something you have to recreate. It's just pulling it out of a meeting that we had last year. Bring that information forward. And are you asking for a plan?
One number I would like to know, and Dan, the staff has given us some good financial data, but I don't know what horizon we're talking about. But for the last 20 years, I think the information in our files is available. How much money have we collected in those fees, and how much land was cleared, and how much has been restored? Are we at a positive or a negative?
Well, I know that we're in a negative. I can guarantee.
I know we are, but I'm.
So let's say that that's going to come back. But what's the next step that we want to take? Because okay, we've got the data, but can we ask for an analysis? What does a land acquisition fund look like? What it would cost to our taxpayers? How would we build that into the budget? Can we request that? It could be so. It's like so easy. Why haven't you done? Why didn't you guys do this 10 years ago? Well, where were you? Just kidding.
Well, it was actually in the code, but
we
action was
couldn't
taken.
lift
The skeleton for that has been around for a long time.
So are we in agreement that there's maybe even a presentation about what that means? What is a land acquisition? What could it do for us? And how could we implement that? And can we sell that to the community and get buy-in on the idea that we need to do this now?
Right, let's
Can we
ask
request
Mr.
that?
Cole.
I think retrieving a report that's already been completed on no net loss would probably be within the realm of reasonable expectation to get done in the near term. So if we have a problem finding that report and we have to, kind of resynthesize it based on data we have, I understand that data prior to the time horizon that our staff have looked at recently is a little bit sketchy, and it may be a challenge to really synthesize that in a meaningful way. So first of all, I'll hope that report's there, and we'll be able to just pull it right out and be done. If not, we'll see what we can do and come back with whatever we are able to identify. But I tend to agree with everyone. Yeah, there has been net loss, and I think our staff have acknowledged that in each of the conversations we've had. So I would not anticipate anything coming back that says contrary to that. That having been said, on the land acquisition fund, sure, we can rough that out during budget, say what that might look like, what implications it has in the budgetary context, and how it conceivably it might operate. So I think that's a reasonable ask as well during the budget process.
So the other, I'm sorry, I'll let you talk. I'm bad about cutting off. I apologize. But what Daniel and I also talked about, and I talked to Rob about this as well, is identifying parcels that we already own that would be suitable candidates as a receiver site to plant trees. One of them is one of the Machado properties, the one that's got the seawall on it. It's got a lot of hammock there, but some of it's degraded and a lot of it's invasive exotics. We may or may not want to use that one. We may have other reasons for it, but we have a number of properties that are candidates for that. And Rob and I discussed another source of land that you may not know about, and that is prior to us taking over and adopting BPAS, we had ROGO, and the county had ROGO, and ROGO allowed for an applicant to purchase a lot anywhere in the county, donate it to the county, and then after we incorporated, donate it to the village, and they would get a couple points, I think. So as part of that process, we acquired a couple dozen lots, Rob, something like that? I don't know. There's a list of them. It's a long list on printout, and a lot of them are not in the village. Corresponding to that, the county acquired a lot of lots in the village prior to incorporation that they own that I don't know that it serves their needs or interests. So I'd like to explore the idea of us giving all the lots we have on Big Pine Key and Little Torch that we are liable for, and then they give us the lots in the village, and if there's an imbalance, one of us writes a check or does something nice for the other one, and that way we get rid of a liability, we control the land in our jurisdiction, and we don't have to worry about something on the lower keys. If you like that.
I have a question. How do you know that? How do you know this information?
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, I knew that.
Well, what?
I'm old, and I've been around a long time, and I read too much. That's the answer.
So you're looking for direction for the staff to see if that's something.
The feasibility of that,
good with that?
you know.
Are you?
County would be interested in doing that.
Right. So we're giving that direction, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll take. I don't think there's a couple dozen of them. I think it's far lower than that. But suffice it to say, to the extent that we have land that the county is interested in, there's some kind of deal we can work to acquire property within our own boundaries. As Mark and I discussed, that would make a lot of sense.
I remember a lot of them in the lower keys, a few of them in Key Largo, and the rest are scattered.
So then, in addition, could we, as a council, agree to ask one of our staff, I don't know who it would be on our staff, to come, ask Rob to bring back a presentation about what land acquisition can do so we can have an understanding of what a land acquisition fund could do to reduce, or how a land acquisition fund could benefit our community, because that's going to take a little bit of preparation, and I would like to see that next agenda, a brief overview like you're so good at, and you're not willing to do that.
We first said during budget, now we're saying for the next agenda. So I want to make sure that we're queuing up a budget discussion so I have time to flesh this out. And it changed between where we started and what you just said. So I want to just pause for a moment.
Yeah, so what I'm looking for is a brief overview from someone who knows this, which someone in our staff I know understands it, to bring back that information so that we understand what that fund can do as we move into the budget season. That's what I would like. And you know what? If our staff can't do it, I could prepare that myself and put it on the agenda and talk about that. It's so basic, and we haven't discussed it so that I think that our council can understand the benefit of that. Do we, that's a question. Can we ask for that? Are you willing to ask for that?
We just did.
I've gotten resistance, and I'm asking if we can ask for that on the next agenda for a very brief overview of what a land acquisition fund could do.
There was no resistance, by the
Okay,
way.
pardon me.
What I'm asking for is clarification on the expectation, because we had what sounded like a pretty complete conversation queued up for the budget, and it morphed to a different thing. So the pause was, let me clarify what's being expected for the upcoming agenda.
Right, and so I'm asking for it in the near future, like the next agenda. For example, we had a request of our staff to in 1 month prepare something for the Sunset Beach community. He did it beautifully, and so this is similar. This is a pretty basic issue, but I would like some more information about it to be presented at our next meeting. Can we ask that? Are you willing to agree
Is there a
to
consensus here?
I'll support you.
that? Hey, thanks. Great.
Yes, there's 3.
Okay, can we move on from this tab then, Rob? Are we good?
I believe we are, yes.
All right. I think we're moving on to the consent agenda.
That's correct. We're in the consent portion of the agenda. These items are routine nature, and council members have reviewed these items in advance and sought the advice of staff as they felt necessary. There'll be one vote on the consent items, which today are items tabs 3, 4, and 5. If anyone would like to pull an item from consent, he or she should state so now.
Okay, can we open public comment? Marnie, please.
I don't have anyone signed up. Let me check on Zoom, see if there's anyone there.
Nobody's.
There are no one signed up.
All right, no, public comment is now closed. Council, anything? All right, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, move to approve.
Second.
All right. Marnie, we got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, we're on to tab 6.
Tab
Mr.
6, it's a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Mirada, Village of Islands, Florida, accepting and approving a quitclaim deed from David C. Bottrell individually as trustee for the Leslie E. Tassel Trust for the acquisition of certain real property, providing for conflicts and for an effective date.
Okay, Peter?
Sure, thank you. So this is just a resolution accepting a land donation. This parcel, it's a single parcel. It's on Lower Matacumbe Key. It runs parallel to the Iroquois Drive Canal. So it's in between US 1 and Iroquois Drive Canal. It's nearly all mangrove. It's long and narrow. It's 0.6 acres and about 1,340 feet long. So the village's interest in this is for a canal restoration project. We're looking to install a culvert pipe through this property as part of our canal restoration work involving the culverts on Lower Matacumbe Key. We have no other interest in it other than that. We began discussions with this gentleman, David Bottrell. He's the executor of the Leslie Tassel Estate, owners of the property. We were looking for an easement on the property for the culvert pipe. He suggested a land donation. So we are looking to accept that. John and his staff created a quitclaim deed for us. We have executed that. It's been recorded in the county. The property hasn't transferred ownership yet, though. So we're just looking for acceptance of this. And we also like to acknowledge David Bottrell, a super nice man. He worked with us very closely. He was a big help. We had some legal struggles getting this done. So thank you, David. And if that name may be familiar, Leslie Tassel, that's the owner. So Leslie was, David is Leslie's grandson. So this is the last Leslie Tassel Holdings in the village. He was obviously a philanthropist and owned the Safari Lounge, I believe. So thank you to David and his family for this donation. And staff is, you know.
Yeah, he put a lot of money in the hospital,
Yeah,
too.
sure
I think
did.
some of the statutes up there came from him. There's a guy in Palm Coast that makes all these things, and he donated them, so it was really cool. So, Marnie, is there any public comment on this tab?
No, sir.
Okay, public comments closed then. And do we have any conversation, or do I hear a motion on this to accept it?
I'll move for approval.
I'll second it.
All right, Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Would you call the roll, please?
Okay, Councilmember Henry Rosenthal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg,
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin, and Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
All right.
With tab 1.
Tab 1?
Yes.
Tab 1 was the presentation that Peter did on the beach, Sunset Drive.
I know, but aren't we voting on that or anything?
No.
We're
No,
not?
he was giving us a presentation.
Okay.
Yep,
No action.
yep.
No action.
No. Okay, so we're on tab 7.
Tab 7 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, determining the proposed millage rate for fiscal year 2024 to 2025, establishing the current year rollback rate and the date, time, and place for the first and second budget hearings as required by state law, directing the finance director and village manager to properly file the certification of taxable value via E-Trim, directing the village clerk to transmit this resolution to the Monroe County property appraiser pursuant to the requirements of Florida statutes and the rules and regulations of the Department of Revenue of the state of Florida, and providing for an effective date.
Lisa?
Good evening. So you should have the information in your agenda packets for the proposed millage rate for fiscal year 24-25. What we are proposing, to briefly give you that, we are proposing a millage rate of 3%. And this has been, that rate has been kind of in the past few years has been used. And all this is going to do, it's not going to establish what the millage is and what we're going to charge. It's just giving us a ceiling or a maximum rate that we can charge. We can't go above that. So what we're doing is, kind of keeping it the same that it has been for quite a while. The only other time we've really gone up and above that was when I think during Hurricane Irma. So maybe to have some reserves back in there. But other than that, 3% is what we're recommending. And also, we have to determine the 2 dates. So first of all, I'll just go ahead and put that out there for the 3% if there's any discussion or questions on that.
Marnie, is there any public comment on this tab?
Yes, Van Cadenhead.
Van?
The overall ad valorem taxable value of Islamorada last year was $5.7 billion with a B dollars for these 4 islands. This year, it's $6.4 billion with a B. That's an exponential growth. Now, I realize that 3% is the maximum that we're allowed to charge if we set that tonight. I would urge for 2.65, which is the rollback rate, and maybe 2.75, and figure out the budget for that. I would, I'll be there at the budget workshops with bells on, budget workshop 1 and 2. So I hope that you all consider taking it a little easier on the taxpayers this year. We've had this exponential growth. This is a rich town. And I think we can get by with 2.65 or 2.75, somewhere in that vicinity. Because, I understand, you want to have an upper limit of 3 to work with. But consider the taxpayers when you do this, because, everything's going up. Insurance is going up, groceries are going up, gas is going up, you name it. So try to, have a little love in your heart. Thank you.
Marnie, anybody else?
Yes, Mr. Wishmeyer's on Zoom. Hold on just a moment. Okay, Mr. Wishmeyer, go ahead.
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. You know, I understand that, you want to keep raising and raising the taxes, but the fact is the property values keep going up and you keep getting more and more money coming in. So if you have more taxable property value, I don't understand why our taxes have to keep going up as well. The more money that you have to bring in, I would think it would at least keep it the same, if not lower our taxes. So please keep us in mind. Thank you.
I would just like to make a comment on, if I could, on some of the increasing costs we have to the village, just to, talk about raising taxes. We do have the FRS retirement rates raised by the employer. They're increasing. We are also losing a grant this year that we had, the SAFER grant, if y'all are familiar with that. We had hired 6 firefighters, and we are losing that this year. The SAFER grant, it was only good for 3 years, so we're going to be taking on $600,000 a year for those firefighters if we choose to keep those. We also have our property and casualty rates have gone up about 20%. Our general liability, workers' comp, all of those different insurances that we're required to carry have all gone up at least 10%. So those are some of the reasons and some of the things to think about when we do set that maximum, because we do want to, cover our cost as well, because, the economy's bad for everybody. Inflation is bad. I understand that, but that doesn't exclude us from the rising cost of everything, especially insurance. So just wanted to put that out there. Sure.
Marnie, is there anybody else on for public comment?
No.
Okay, public comment is now closed. Council, any discussion here?
Yeah.
Henry, go ahead.
With the property values increasing, the millage rate right now is, because I made it that, 2.795, I believe. I know 2.79, I think is
992.
9.2, that's correct.
992. Okay, I can't read my writing. I want to take it lower. I want to go down to the bottom of the barrel. The council wouldn't let me, so we settled for this. With the increase in the property value, there's an 18% increase right there. Why would we go back to raising the millage back to 3? And I fought like hell to lower it last year. And you still take more money. And the budget last year was $2 million in excess. 2 million. It's fair to suggest that we're in great shape if you just leave it alone. I prefer to go down a point lower. I think the public is entitled to that. Why are we always raising money? We're raising money to spend. That's all the hell it's good for. I've seen it time and time again. So I'm very much opposed to raising the millage. $730 million increase on the property tax. If we do it, 18%. Be satisfied with that. Be thankful for that. That's my position. And I'm going to keep it come budget time, whatever it takes. If I can support 2.65, I'll certainly be there. I tried it last time, but I didn't get the support I needed. Well, if need be, I hope I get the support I needed this year. Thank you.
Okay, but Henry, you understand this is just a cap. That's what this is. Now, this is not setting the rate at 3 mils, correct?
Well, are you sure about that?
Yes, that's correct.
That's what she was asking.
Yes.
She's just asking.
It's establishing the ceiling, the maximum that we can charge. We cannot go above that rate, but we can go lower.
We can go down.
We can go lower.
Page that you sent me.
Yes.
In addition to because I did not read it through, I have to tell you that.
The final budget, the final millage rate will be set at the budget hearings in September.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, so we have our opportunity then to bring them down.
That's correct.
Anybody else? All right, so, okay.
Speak, may I, please?
Okay, well,
You like to
you better go quick, man, because I'm ready to roll.
So this might be a little gut check for you, but sorry for my lifesaver. So yes, we're setting a cap, and in the past we've done well with keeping it at 3. And I think there was an unspoken feeling, maybe thought amongst us that we were going to try to drive that down as far as we can, as Henry was suggesting, and I share that, I do. But what we don't have is enough information to know if that cap is going to be enough. So I heard a couple things mentioned that, Van spoke about everything's going up and everybody's increasing, their cost of living is going up because it's out of control. That's happening with us too. Sure. And I love the comment, we've gone up $700 million. I don't have my notes with me. I must have left them at home, but I think if we kept it at 3 mils, that'd be an extra $3 million that we could spend if we kept it that way. But we spent money. We're going to be buying the church, so we're going to be taking money from wherever that fund source is. We have hurricane season coming up, and I don't know what our buffer is for that, our reserve. And
8 million.
Well, I don't know. I think we took that down a little bit, but you may be right. I'm not questioning it. I just don't know. So we might want to. I would join with your proposal, Elizabeth, to spike a land acquisition fund to get that one going, get some yeast in there so it can grow. And we heard that there's going to be a $600,000 grant that we're going to lose. And there may be some other things that we want or need. So I'm going to check your gut here. I'd like to go to 3.2 or 332, however that works out, mils. Not that I want to spend that. Absolutely I don't. But I don't want to give us a ceiling that we may need to go over without having, we don't have all the information we need to know how much we got to spend. I don't think it's going to be that high. I don't even think it's going to be 3.3, but I don't know. So gut check, I would go for 3.2.
I'm good with 3, man.
So I have a question, sorry. Can I?
Go ahead.
So I'm assuming that the letter that's sent out with this is a very clear explanation of, there's no ambiguity that in some very plain language, there's an understanding that this is simply for just a working number, right?
Yes,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I don't think anyone misunderstands what's happening here. And this is just a formality. It's a requirement that we have to,
Yes.
no one is promising anything. I agree. Like, no one wants to, we all pay taxes. I don't want to raise taxes either, but I have no idea. I'm hearing $600,000 extra from this fire department thing. I'm not clear what that is. So I don't think, there's no harm in saying, yeah, let's give ourselves some leeway to see what the expenses are.
It's a cushion.
Yeah, I'm fine with it. And I don't even know if 3.2 makes a difference.
Go ahead.
You know what I mean?
Elizabeth, when she finishes.
Yeah, I thought you were finished, sorry.
I am done.
I just wanted to say that each tenth on the mill gets you about 630,000. So at 3.2, you're adding about another 1.2, and that would go into the mix in terms of, potential land acquisition fund, taking a look at the health of our unrestricted fund balance and our hurricane reserves. The last time I checked those, which was probably, Lisa, would you say a couple weeks back when we pulled those numbers? We had about 7.5 on the hurricane reserves and a little over 5 on unrestricted fund balance. Our target for unrestricted fund balance has historically been around 3.2. Those numbers do not include charges for the church, I don't believe.
No, they do
correct?
not.
So the church still comes off of, not entirely off of unrestricted fund balance, if I recall, and I'd have to go back to the resolution, but I think 1.5 came out of unrestricted, and then the rest of it came from another source, not the hurricane fund, not unrestricted. But suffice it to say, both of those numbers, at least at this juncture, when we were considering whether 3 was the right number or not, sounded okay. We know that we want to potentially consider acquisition of a public works site. Now, chances are, if we wanted to fund that cash up front, then maybe we do need a little bit more money. If we were going to go into some financing mechanism that stretches it out over a longer period of time, maybe we don't need, additional funding. So to both Councilwoman Jolene and Councilman Gregg's viewpoints, if you went with 3.2, that gives you a little bit more wiggle room to allow you to hear some of the factual basis for these decisions you'll be making. But you're not obligated to be that high. It could be we're down at 2.75 or I don't recall, having 2.65 or whatever it was that you wanted to hit. But somewhere between there, right? Between what we post as the maximum and what people might think is the ideal is probably where we end up. But it will be fleshed out through a series of conversations. So that's what I wanted to add.
Okay. Vice Mayor Mahoney, you have anything? Okay. All right. So we all through that we can, somebody make a motion here for the 3?
Is there an appetite for 3.2? Let's not fool around.
Yeah.
I want 3.2, she wants 3.2. You guys do that?
Nah, I don't, I'll go
I
with
think it's
3.
going to freak too many people out.
It might.
I know it's just a number, I know.
It doesn't do any harm.
Henry, you okay with 3?
Absolutely not.
3?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Right, but I mean, just for the cap,
For
the
pretend.
ceiling.
It's a
Mark's saying
pretend right
3.2, Mark and Elizabeth.
But I'm
Okay.
still need your support to lower that.
Well, when we get to budget season.
When the budget
Yeah, but
here.
right now, we're just saying 3 is the highest.
All right, so
Whatever you,
do I hear a motion for 3 mils?
I'll make a motion.
3.1?
Oh, no. Can we,
Did I hear a motion?
I was trying to, and Mark cut me off. I make a motion for 3.
All right, do I hear a second? Henry? 3, this is just a ceiling.
where are you gonna be when I wanna lower? You gonna be there?
I'm gonna be there.
You promise you're gonna be
I'm
there?
gonna be there.
It's not
I'll
how this
second it.
works, but we don't even, the thing is, we don't actually know what numbers we're looking
But
at.
I fought for this
Second
too
so we
last
can Get out
year.
of here.
Okay, so Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Would you call the roll, please, for 3 mils, right? Lisa, we're good?
Yes, correct.
The resolution also sets the
The
dates.
date, I'll do that after she does.
You want to do that separate? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
It also sets the bottom number as to how low we can go.
No, just the high.
Only a ceiling, not a floor.
Yeah, just the ceiling.
But there's not a situation where we could go by ordinance and we could go so low. I mean, could I go to 4? I'm
Could you go up to 4?
down to 4.
No, we're only at 3 now.
I know that, but it doesn't set the low number, it just sets the
Just the
high
high.
number.
Yep, so you can go down
Okay,
below
that's my
without
question.
having to resend out the trim notices.
Okay.
Yeah, we could go to 0.
Okay, so Henry, Marnie's asking
Get
you,
shot, but we could
Marnie's
go.
asking you,
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Mark Gregg?
No, for now.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Yes. And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
yes.
Can I change to yes? I just wanted to test the water. Can I do that?
Yeah, the vote hasn't been announced yet, so it doesn't belong to the dais, so you can change your vote, yeah.
I'm yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we are on the tab 8 unless we want to have a
No.
break. or-
No, we have Part B of this one.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right, I forgot about
So the other thing we need to establish is the the date, time, and location for the first and the second public budget hearings. So what we've set, we've got 2 dates for each of those, and then you can choose from one of those dates. The first tentative would be either Thursday, September 5th at 5:30 or Friday, September 6th. So you have those 2 dates to choose from. Then the final budget hearing will be either Monday, September 16th or Tuesday, September 17th. So tonight you do need to decide on which of those dates you want to, for the first and for the second. That's okay. The second one is Monday, September 16th or Tuesday, September 17th. And the reason we have to pick those dates, we can't have them on the same dates as other, the school board
Can I ask
and the
a
county.
question? When is our council meeting in September? Is it at the 10th and the 12th?
Okay.
Okay.
We couldn't have those meetings earlier in the week of that September 1st? Oh, that's Labor Day.
Yeah, it's Labor Day
So
weekend.
the 3rd or the 4th, we couldn't do it Tuesday or Wednesday?
Well, those dates are taken, I believe, already by either the county or the school board. We can't use the same dates they use. So we're kind of limited in what we can use and the set dates.
The 5th or the 6th of September or, and.
16th or 17th.
17th.
Well, okay, if we, I mean, if that's it, is that
Yeah.
well, then can I suggest September 5th, please, rather than the 6th?
Okay.
Is it 2 in a row or
No,
one a week?
You're saying
One a week.
either the 5th or the 6th,
Yeah,
right?
5th or the 6th, yes.
Okay, so the 5th?
Yeah, I would prefer that if anyone,
Henry, you okay with the
Right.
5th?
I am.
Mark, you okay with the 5th?
So
All right,
also, I
5th.
remember these were really long and painful, and we're starting at 5:30, so is that right, what you said, 5:30?
Exactly, yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
it is the 5th we're picking.
But do we want to try to make it?
Define long and painful.
They're long and painful.
How many, I don't remember. Do you remember how long it was? I do, but I don't remember how long it was.
Bust it out.
All right, so Lisa, now we got to pick one on the 16th or
Yes.
17th?
One of those
Actually,
two days, yes.
Just to go back, do we want to start those a little bit
4:30?
earlier?
Want to
Yeah,
start at 4:30?
4:30?
That's-
We used to have them mid-afternoon.
Yeah, they weren't they in the
3:30?
afternoon?
I remember that, but I'm,
And we were done like at 7 or something, right?
they were about 4 hours, depending on,
We want to go at
Why
3:30?
don't we do, yeah,
Go
3:30?
ahead, ruin my life. I don't have one.
Okay, 3:30? Henry, you okay with that? Mark, you okay with that? All right, let's go for it.
3:30 on September the 5th, right?
3:30.
For you to do 3:30?
I think, I need to check, let me double check to be sure. Go ahead and put that down, but let me double check to be sure that there's not a time. It might have to be after 5:30. I'm not positive on that. I need to do some research on it.
All right,
Let you know.
okay.
Okay.
All right, so now we're on to the 16th or the
17th.
17th.
Yeah.
16th is a Monday, if you want to do heavy numbers after a long weekend.
You do the 17th.
I'm kidding, I don't care, but I prefer a Tuesday, but I'll do whatever the group says is fine.
Tuesday, the 17th.
Okay.
What time, we going to try to do
Let's
3:30?
just say that until she tells us no.
Yeah.
Okay,
check on
3:30, okay.
I actually have a suggestion as to how we can do the motion for that when we get to the time.
All right. Okay,
Breeze through these.
So what I would suggest is, it would be a motion to approve the resolution with the time modified to be 3:30 instead of 5:30, unless there is a statutory restriction, then with direction to put it on at the earliest possible time after 3:30 if there's a statutory restriction.
okay.
That way we don't have to come back and get approval for it.
Okay, so can we already had public comment on that. Okay. It was a two-phaser, okay.
So do we need to approve for the?
Okay, so we need a motion to approve.
So moved.
All right, Henry, we got a
Second.
motion?
It's a motion to approve the resolution with the modification of the time to start at 3:30 unless there's a statutory requirement that it start later, and then the direction is to have it start
Do I
at
hear
the
a
earliest
second?
possible.
Second.
All right, we got a motion, a second. Marnie, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney,
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg,
Yes?
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin. Yes. And Mayor Buddy Pender.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Do a break.
What's that?
You wanted a break?
You want a break for
Well,
a couple minutes?
If
What is 5 minutes, 6 minutes, 8, 10 minutes?
Whatever.
Who wants a break? Do we want a break or we want to keep going?
Well, I just have to.
Okay.
But-
All right, all right, so we're going to take a break. Okay.
So the budget workshops, the date of those doesn't need to be voted on. We can just set those whenever we
The
want.
workshops,
the
yeah. We
workshops.
set those for the 20th, 21st, and 22nd.
sister for 44 years, so he's like my brother.
Hey, Derek, can you ask them to come on, please? God. Ooh, I got cookies here too. You get a plate. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. And did I hear Henry, Mr. Quick, can you go ahead?
Yeah, there was something that Councilmember Rosenthal wanted to bring up with regard to the presentation on tab 1 related to the potential vessel exclusion zone on Sunset Beach Drive area.
Yes, I would like to bring it up. And I think we should direct the staff to propose an ordinance that supports the community in doing away with the problems with the boats and noise and everything else.
Peter?
Peter, you want to elaborate on what I just said?
Sure. So I gave the presentation. I pointed out, gave recommendations, considerations most importantly, things that the council should think about before making a decision. Hopefully listen to those. The next step, if the council decides, would be to direct staff to look into creating an ordinance to establish a new vessel exclusion zone. So that would be the next step, next council step. I did highly suggest that public input would be appropriate, as I think there's, as I hopefully I showed, there's a lot of considerations and items that maybe all the residents of the area, the residents of the village, don't know what would occur if we established a new vessel exclusion zone. There's also other interests. You know, with the fishing guides, they may have a problem with excluding them from that area. It's a popular spot for tarpon fishing. It's right on the tarpon migration lane.
Yep.
More buoys in that area. So just things like that, you know, and that's just the beginning of it. So
Can we do this? Can we maybe have some type of, I don't know, community input or survey, me and my surveys or something to get maybe some input from the community? Also, you're right, that is a very good area for tarpon in there, also bonefish. So maybe the next step would be just to start doing some more investigation before we jump into saying, okay, we're going to do this. Let's see what the feasibility, boy, that was hard. Feasibility is to get something like this done and the steps we would take. So I think that might be a better way to approach it than, you know, saying, okay, we're going to do it until we know.
I don't really care how you approach it. I just didn't want to
I agree.
us pass over this.
I agree with you 100%.
It looked like we were just going to pass
Yeah,
over.
well, I don't know if that was a miscommunication.
do
or
that.
what, but yeah, I agree. So maybe the next step would be, I don't know if we could do a workshop where the community could come and have input, and because we did see there was one gentleman tonight that is totally against it, and I don't know if he's the only one or not, but I do have a lot of friends who live on that street, and it wasn't like that 10 years ago. This is the way of the world though now, so you know, we have to approach it that this is not going to be the only area. There's going to be other areas. So that would be my suggestion, Henry.
That's you understand my
Yes, I do. And that's why I added on a little bit.
You understand that I understand.
I understand that you understand.
Good deal.
Understand?
Mark?
Peter, I wanted to ask, I remember one of the slides that you had there recommend, I thought you said that there were 5 agencies that we would have to work with. And then you recommended that we have a pre-app with them to kind of get a feel for the difficulty level of what we were trying to do. So would it make sense to do that kind of on the front end? I mean, we could certainly start working on an ordinance, but I think we might want to have that information at hand and design the ordinance with those concerns or restrictions or requirements in mind. So what would you say would be a practical or a pragmatic first step to see if we can actually do this, or if we can, what are the challenges involved?
Sure. So just based on the last time, and I wasn't here when the initial discussions on this began, and that goes back 6 years. But from what I understood, having the ordinance in place was kind of imperative to begin the permitting process. We may be able to to begin with some pre-application meetings, but usually you have to have an idea of what you're proposing.
Yep,
It's something
yep.
on the books.
Do they need engineering, or does that?
That would require engineering, yes.
So we need an ordinance, and then we'd have to do an RFP for an engineer and a marine survey, and no?
We don't have to do that because we have engineers and environmental scientists on our library.
How about that?
So we have very good consultants that could help with this. And we may be able to start a pre-application process without having an ordinance. I just don't know how far we get, but we could start.
What if we ask you, and I'm asking the council, what if we ask Peter and the staff to come back with a game plan or a proposal as to what would be the most, I mean, how far could we go for the least amount of time and money, and get a feel for that, and then talk about around the edge, workshops, surveys, whatever public input that we need could happen too, something like that.
I just think you got to take in consideration the fishermen there, the guides there are a lot of tarpon, Peter. Now you say that, man, I've seen them all my life there, going through there. And Sea Oats Beach is a big area for bonefish. Has been for years. So, but I'm sure the agencies will take that into consideration.
Again, this is Peter's specialty, that he'll know the best way to do what Mark wants, Henry wants,
Right.
and what I suggested
So-
in some type of order. So
So,
we're
Peter-
dumping it in his lap.
Peter, will you take the lead? And,
Absolutely.
okay?
Absolutely. And I think if I recall, Robert Moser during public comment indicated that they had or were in the process of gathering a survey too. So we'll have that information hopefully.
And plus, the turtles are a huge, huge concern, and so that needs to be brought into the equation as well.
So with that, I'll just say thank you.
Thank you.
And we're moving on.
We're moving on to tab 8. How about that? Peter or John?
Tab 8 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, rescinding resolution number 24-05-33 and approving the final rankings and recommendations of the RFP 24-08 Evaluation Committee for selection of a contractor for the Plantation Tropical Preserve Project, authorizing village manager and village attorney to negotiate an agreement for the requested services, authorizing village manager to execute the agreement, authorizing village manager to expend budgeted funds, and providing an effective date.
Peter.
Okay, so council, you heard this item during your May regular village council meeting. You did adopt a resolution which approved the recommendation of the evaluation committee that met, reviewed the 2 proposals we had. We did recommend CBT construction for this project. You did approve them. We in fact did adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to enter into agreement with CBT. However, a motion was made to begin negotiations with CBT in the hopes that we could reduce costs. There were questions about the cost of this project, and then also to investigate the potential of using a tiki hut in exchange or as an alternative to the gazebo that we had designed, which was a metal roof. So we did begin negotiations with CBT. They were very cooperative, very helpful. They were able to reduce their costs quite significantly. I did get an estimate from Tiki Hut, the Tiki Hut Corporation, on the cost of a similar-sized tiki hut. I discussed this with Charles Daniels, the estimator at CBT, and Chris Trentine, and Chris indicated that they could reduce the cost of this project if they use this tiki hut. He thought by about $10,000 to $15,000 reduction in the cost of the project. So I discussed that with Fire Chief Terry Abel. I discussed that with AJ Engelmeyer, who oversees the management of the property, and neither of them thought that the tiki hut option was a good idea. AJ for maintenance reasons, repair and maintenance reasons of the thatch roof. Terry because of the fire preventative measures that need to be taken on those thatch roof tikis every 2 years, I believe, and just potential for fire as well. So staff, you made a motion for staff to bring back their recommendation. We are not recommending the use of a tiki hut. We don't feel like the cost reduction of $10,000 to $15,000 is worth it in this case. So given the discussions we had with CBT, they were able to reduce their costs significantly. We selected a different water fountain. There was concerns about that, a much more standard water fountain, only $2,500. It'll meet our needs there. We reduced our costs in other ways as well. CBT essentially reduced their costs by about $23,000. We're now looking at a cost proposal from them for $109,000 for the entirety of the project. As we discussed, we did remove the picnic tables and garbage cans as well because Public Works thought we might be able to do that for cheaper as well. So $109,000 does put us within the right at the budget we had for this years ago for this project, which was $110,000. So one other point I'd like to make is that the creation or construction of a gazebo or having a gazebo on this property, this is the last component of the management plan that we have with the state that was completed in conjunction with the state. It's the last box we have to check for this property, and we're in full compliance. So it's actually the requirement to have a gazebo on this property. And finally, the budget for this, we don't have grant funding. The TDC won't fund this. There's really no grant funds to do this. The Finance Department for years has identified the Parks and Recreation impact fee as an absolutely appropriate source for this. Exactly what that impact fee is intended for. We have almost $1.3 million in that fee right now with no real identified projects. So this is completely appropriate funding for this project, and staff is recommending again the approval of a new resolution authorizing the manager to enter into an agreement with CBT.
Okay.
At a not to exceed value of $109,000.
Okay.
I'd like to say that it's extremely impressive and sort of really nice to know that when, everybody had their concerns about the cost, that you took the lead and went ahead and saw how to reduce it, got a cheaper water fountain. I know it's something Henry didn't like, was a water fountain. And the fact that you put the effort out to me is just phenomenal. Kudos to you for doing that. So I say yes.
Hey,
I'll move for approval.
okay, let's see if we got any public comment.
Go ahead.
Any public comment, Marnie?
Yes, Van Cadenhead.
I also would like to give kudos for the price reduction. And I was one of the ones that liked the Tiki Hut, but that's just me. I just like Seminoles and Mikasukis. But here's my problem. Now, this is the photograph to illustrate what this is going to look like. In this gigundous concrete walk, I'm wondering about how, that's a large portion of the cost. And if you look at the borders in your printouts, in the borders of this horseshoe-shaped walk, there's a drop-off on both sides of like 8 to 10 inches. I mean, that's what the picture shows. I'm not saying that's going to be in the final analysis, if that's going to be the final end of the project, but that's dangerous. I mean, you don't want a wheelchair going off of that. You don't want kids falling off of that. You don't want somebody taking a bad step and giving us a lawsuit for Mr. Quick to collect more billable hours on. So, let's try to reduce the liability possibilities and also reduce the cost further, because pouring concrete and pouring a walk that's this involved is a lot of cake. And we could do just as well, I'm sure, with a mulch walk or a gravel walk or a sand path or something like that. Come in, Berlin. Hello, Tokyo. And so that's what I have to say. And congratulations on the gazebo project. And let's get it cheaper.
All right, any other public comment, Marnie?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay. Public comment is now closed. Council, any further communications, or do I hear a motion?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll move it.
All right, Henry, how about a
Second.
second? All right, Marnie, you got a motion and a second. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg.
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin. And Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, tab 9.
Tab 9 is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, approving reimbursement/purchase from the Monroe County Board of County Commissioners for the purchase of a law enforcement patrol boat for local law enforcement use by the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, providing for a waiver of competitive bidding, authorizing the village manager to expend budgeted funds, and providing an effective date.
Rob?
Thank you, Mayor. Back in February, we had issued a request for proposals to replace the sheriff's boat. When those proposals came in, ultimately all of them were rejected, and council and the interim manager at the time directed staff to work with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office to have them solicit bids and try to see if they can get a better price for a better boat. That's exactly what Derek and his team have done. We've got a great boat, comes in at a very attractive price, and Derek, would you like to add any additional information to that?
If you recall, this was to replace the 2005 Angler 26-footer, almost 20 years old. It's currently has its third set of motors on it, and they are sitting at just over 3,000 hours. Excuse me. So they're pretty much due for another set of motors. You know, as a patrol vessel, it's a 20-year-old vessel. It's about time to replace it. It's pretty much reached its useful life for you know, and with the record of 20 years per vessel, I guess I hope that's pretty good. And Contender did give us a pretty good vessel, a good price for a brand new turnkey vessel. So I can answer any questions if you have any.
Is Nelson going to let that boat go?
Yeah, well, I also brought Nelson because he's been here since the vessel was purchased, so he pretty much knows the vessel in and out. So if there's any questions for him as well, so. But it may keep him longer, so.
Man. Council, any questions for Derek or Nelson or Lisette or anybody? All right. Okay, Derek, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Marnie, do we have any public comment for the sheriff's boat?
Yes, Van Cadenhead.
I'm here to urge you to buy it because we've had a discussion tonight about another swim zone that needs to be patrolled. And I'm hoping that Councilwoman Mahoney, who's casting for cats, can get one of her many beneficiaries to donate a couple of rods and reels for the deputies so that they can troll on patrol. Thank you.
All right, Council, do I hear a motion?
I move to approve.
Henry, second. All right, Henry seconded. Marnie, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Yes. Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
And motion passes 5-0.
All right, hallelujah. Bill's got a nice contender now. All right, tab 10 we already did, John?
Yes, we're on to 11.
Okay, so we're going on to tab 11.
Yep. That's a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, piggybacking the Florida Sheriff's Association / Florida Association of Counties and Florida Fire Chiefs Association Automotive Contract Number FSA 223-VEF 717.0, fire rescue vehicles, boats, and equipment, and approving the purchase of a 2025 Freightliner M2 AEV Type 1 ambulance remount from Emergency Tactical Rescue Vehicles for the Village Fire Rescue Department. Authorize the village manager to execute necessary documents, authorize the village manager to expend funds, and providing for an effective date.
Chief?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is the sister part to the letter of intent discussion we had at the May 7th meeting. If you recall, during the May 7th meeting, we had a discussion item to put in for a letter of intent so that we could get fire rescue into the build process for the state bid process of their allocations through Freightliner. Typically, that happens in the January through March, first 3 months of the year. And then I would budget, as I typically do, for the following year to get stuff in the budget and then pay for. For whatever reason, we did not get in the build for next January through March, but the people we were procuring the chassis from were able to get a chassis as early as August. So that being said, they'll get the chassis in August and we'll take delivery of the remount come September. So that being said, I don't have a chance to budget it for this year, so I'm coming at you before the end of, or before the budget cycle to ask for this. So the concept is we're going to take one of our out of service. We currently have one of our front lines and our reserve truck that's out of service due to the cost of the mechanical repairs needed. It's not feasible to make those repairs. It's upwards of $100,000 to try to fix the two. Neither one of them are worth more than probably $5,000. One is actually going to scrap. So they're going to take the existing rescues, flatbed it to Orlando. What they'll do is they'll take the ambulance body box off the back. They'll recondition that, so they'll strip it down, bead blast it, paint it, put new lights, put on new components in the doors, door seals, new Formica, new flooring, all that good stuff. And then when the new chassis comes in, they'll back the new chassis under the old box that's been refurbed, drop it down, and then a few weeks later, we'll have a refurbished truck on a 2025 chassis. So that's the plan. It does save us about $200,000 by doing a remount instead of procuring it brand new, and it saves us about 1.5 years in build time. We are also hoping to take delivery sometime later this month for the last rescue we ordered, and that was in the fall of '22. So that's our build time, is almost 2 years for a rescue. This way we're getting it in about 5 months, which is record time. So this is the sister part to the letter of intent. We're buying it under state bid pricing, so we're saving a significant amount. We're doing a remount, saving significant money, and I just need approval of the resolution if it's the will of the council.
Council, anybody have any questions for Terry? No? Okay. Thank you, Terry. Marnie, we have any public comment?
No.
All right. With that being said, public comment is closed. Do I hear a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right. Okay. All right. Marnie, would you call the roll, please? Got a motion and a second.
Okay, Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes, because you brought me a sandwich.
That's all it takes. I'll get lots of sandwiches.
He knew how to butter you up, Henry.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin? Yes. And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, John, we're on to tab 12.
Tab 12 is an ordinance on first reading. This is an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, establishing a temporary moratorium within the village on the acceptance of new administrative relief applications, providing for exemptions, providing for procedures for vested rights and judicial review, providing for a term, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce, and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce. This was, as you all might recall, I think it was in the May meeting, there was direction that was given to staff to bring back a moratorium on the acceptance of new administrative relief applications due to the fact that we have 23 available administrative relief permits and a large number of applicants in the BPAS pool who could potentially be eligible to seek administrative relief. And when you compare that with the timeline that it's going to take for the analysis of the BPAS system that direction is given to staff to undertake, that puts us in to the, I believe the timeline that the planning director presented was put something into, there was a community workshop in October, and that there was going to be a final report presented to council in January of 2025. So this ordinance, if it were adopted, would create a 6-month moratorium. So that the reality is the moratorium wouldn't be effective. It's not effective until Department of Commerce approves it. So after 2 readings, this would take us to the April meeting for a second reading if it's approved on first. So the earliest any approval would come from Commerce would really be end of August, more likely beginning of September. So that puts the moratorium in the February-March range in terms of timing. There's also built into the moratorium the ability for the council to extend it, like we did with the new market rate BPAS applications, due to the analysis that was required to be undertaken, took a little bit longer time to get there. We're still in the process, obviously. So that's built in, that flexibility is built in for the council as well to potentially extend it out to the extent we need to, depending on the timeline for this analysis.
Okay, so John, help me understand. So you're talking about people that are going to come up. We're not talking about people that have already filled applications out.
Correct. This is just for new applications. So anybody if there's anyone who submitted applications for administrative relief before the effective date, if this passes, then they would not be subject to the moratorium. Moratorium is just on new applications.
Okay,
for
how about the
administrative.
ones that we came, like, I'm remembering Jim and Holly Smith that are in Flamingo Hammock, administrative relief, they've already been 4 years and 7 months, or 8 months now.
Were they the ones that were here at the May meeting? I think those were the same ones. They came before. That has not, their application has not been acted upon yet by the council. It was deferred to a future date. This would not impact them. They've already filled out they've already applied for administrative relief, so it would not impact them. As long as they kept their application in. If they were to withdraw it, then, that changes things. But it wouldn't impact their current application for administrative relief.
Okay, all right, okay. So people that have already filled their application out, just so people understand, because I got a lot of phone calls about this today from people about, this particular first reading we're doing, that, if their application is up, let's say a month from now, is this going to affect them? No, because we have to have a second reading,
We have to have
right?
a second reading, and then there's a period to go before that Commerce would need to review and approve. So if somebody's eligible next month and they filled it out, then yeah, they would get in before the effective date. So it wouldn't apply to them.
Okay, all right.
Assuming they complied with all the requirements of the code.
Council, any other questions for John on this? No? Okay, Marnie, we have any public comment on this?
Yes, Van Cadenhead.
Good evening again. I'm always for moratoriums, and I was for the market rate, and I'm for this one. It's predicated on the fact that we have 23 administrative reliefs left, and unless I'm mistaken, there's 60 some odd people in the queue. So I see between now and the time that it gets back from Florida Commerce that we're going to have a flurry of applications. So, just be advised of that. But I would urge you to vote for this tonight in your first reading, and I would urge you to vote for it in your second reading also. I think it's a good idea. Keeps us from digging ourselves in a hole any deeper than we already are, because 23 available administrative reliefs versus 60 some odd people that want them. We need to do this. Thank you very much.
Marnie, anybody else?
Yes, we have 2 callers on Zoom. Okay, Mr. Wishmeyer, go ahead.
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. I'm all in favor of this. I believe that we should have had a moratorium much sooner than this until we get our comprehensive plan and everything straightened out. We know exactly what we're dealing with. I feel the only thing that should be exempt is the workforce housing. I believe that there is a real call for workforce housing, and I believe there's a lot of difference between that and even affordable housing. So I'm all in favor of any moratorium you come up, and I would hope that you would continue to expand it. Thank you.
Thank you. Marnie, anybody else?
Yes, excuse me, yes. Karen Moeller, go ahead, Ms. Moeller.
Hello again. I am not in favor of a moratorium. These people, applied for a BPAS permit allocation 4 years ago. They're all coming up now, and I personally have built 2 homes, and I only got those permits because of administrative relief. And I feel like these people did everything they were supposed to do, applied the way they were supposed to do, paid all the fines and fees and everything. They've been sitting, some of them are coming up for 4 years, and they're hoping to therefore get administrative relief, which was promised to them when they applied for that permit. And so suddenly now to stop it because there are no more other market rate permits available, and then you're going to have to rewrite the ordinance. I'm not even sure what you need to do to suddenly take the 23 that are banked in administrative relief and use them some other way. It doesn't seem fair to me, to those people that have done everything that they were supposed to do according to the guidelines that was in place, that they should be granted that administrative relief, whether they're on a scarified lot, a hammock lot, or whatever. They've done everything they were supposed to do based on the current rules. And for you to suddenly say, oh, we're going to put a halt on that and kind of re-look at it, I don't think that that's fair to them, the people that have been in that system for 4 years or longer. And so I am in favor of not having a moratorium. I feel like those people have done what they were supposed to do based on the code that was in place. And I think that they should be given their permit in 4 years or longer. So thank you.
Thank you. Marnie, anybody else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, public comment is now closed. Council, any questions? No questions? Seeing none, do I hear a motion?
Move for approval.
Second it.
Go ahead.
I did, yeah.
All right, so Marnie, I hear a motion and a second. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
No.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
No.
Okay, that motion passes 3-2.
All right, we're on to tab 13.
Yep. Tab 13 is also an ordinance on first reading. It's an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Land Development Regulations, Article 5, Schedule of District Use and Development Standards, Division 6, Landscaping Standards, Section 30-816 of the Village Code, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for the transmittal of this ordinance to the State Department of Commerce, and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this ordinance by the State Department of Commerce.
Daniel.
That is me. This one's pretty short and sweet. So on the February 13th, 2024 Village Council meeting, staff was directed to amend the code to eliminate the requirement of a district boundary buffer from the residential property when it's required when it abuts a commercial property. So there was the most efficient way to accomplish that, I added a single line to the landscape code. That line of code reads, where a district boundary runs along a residential and commercial property, the residential property shall not be required to install a district buffer yard. This item was presented to LPA at the June 10th meeting, and the LPA voted in favor as written by a 5-2 vote. So as this item was a direct request from council, staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you, Neil. Any questions for Daniel? Okay. All right. Marnie, we have any public comment for this?
Yes, Van Cadenhead?
Van Cadenhead, I'm against eliminating buffer yards. I'm against, when I was on the LPA, we fought for buffers along the boundaries. And when you do something, this is going to have unforeseen consequences for the future, because it's going to allow, if there was a 15-foot buffer required of the residential side, there's still going to be one on the other side, on the commercial side required. But if you eliminate the residential side, then you're going to essentially give whoever the developer, the architect, the landowner, whoever it is, an extra 15 or 20 feet all the way around his property. And I think we should try to restrict the size of the buildings and restrict the size of the construction that we allow. And if you do this, if you eliminate these residential buffers along the boundaries, you're going to expand the area by a lot of square feet that people can build in. So I would urge you not to do it, and that's what I think about it.
Marnie, any other public comment?
Nope, that's it.
All right, public comment is now closed. Council, discussion?
This must have been something I don't remember giving direction to do it because I'm against it. So maybe I was outvoted on it, but I'm against it. I think we need to leave it the way it is. So.
I'll have to agree with you, Sharon.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
This was brought up as a result of a hearing that we had where the council, and in particular me, questioned why we were requiring a residential owner to put in a buffer next to protect himself from the commercial property next door. And in my experience at least, that was the longstanding policy of the council and the staff, is to not do that. The idea was the commercial side was supposed to protect the residential party over the fence by buffering on the commercial side. And the burden was not supposed to be on the residential property. And that's how we'd been doing it, in my view. So that's how we got where we're at.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. I too am fuzzy on that.
I don't remember.
Whatever. I'm not really in favor of this, but anyway, we can do that in the vote. Or I guess when, yeah.
Henry, you want to say anything? No?
No.
Okay.
Well, I just would mention, just to refresh your recollection, an application for a variance came before us where a party was required to put the residential buffer in. The conclusion of that was that it wasn't required, and therefore we shouldn't be doing that because that's not the policy. And the variance was not necessary, and I think we gave them a refund. And I don't remember the vote, but I think we all voted in favor of it. Maybe Elizabeth, you didn't, but that's how we got. We said we dismissed the necessity of a variance, and then we instructed the council or the staff to come back with something.
And I love the distance that we have to sort of think more about that, because for all our conversation about conservation and trees, it's like, why would we do that, and why would we grant a variance? I mean, and it means that we can build to if we aren't asking for that kind of buffer, does it mean that we can build bigger houses? I mean, nobody wants that, and we may want it short term, but long term, yeah. So I mean, let's just anyway. Can I move to deny? If we're, whenever we're done,
Do I hear a motion to deny or a motion to approve? What?
I would move to deny. I don't want to shortchange anybody's time for conversation,
I'll
but
second to deny.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Marnie, would you call the roll? And this is a motion to deny. John, we correct? Okay, all right.
Okay, Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg.
No.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal.
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, tab 14.
Tab 14 is the last of the ordinances. It's an ordinance on second reading. This is an ordinance of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 30 Land Development Regulations, Article 2 Rules of Construction and Definitions, Section 30-32 of the Village Code relating to fronting, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. As you all may recall, this deals with confirming a definition of fronting in the village code. The council approved this on first reading with direction for staff to also include a diagram, which has been included in the ordinance as presented. And so it's being brought back for second reading for the council's consideration and potential approval.
Marnie, we have any public comment on this?
Yes, Van Cadenhead.
One more time. I sincerely hope you deny this thing that we've had this discussion so many times, and it's so obvious that the fronting for the ability to build affordable housing on US 1 is where the root of this whole thing came from. And it's to me, if it's not fronting on US 1, then it's not eligible to have that affordable housing in for the permit. So I think it's important that we recognize what fronting means, but I think we all should, I'm glad they put the diagram in there, because if it's not fronting, then it does not deserve the affordable housing consideration. So that's all I have to say, and I hope this is the last time I have to say it. So please vote for this and establish what fronting really means. Thank you much.
All right, Marnie, any other public comment?
No, sir.
Okay, public comment is now closed. Council, any?
I'm not voting because this may affect my property, so I filed a conflict form like last time, so I'm out.
All right, so do I hear a motion on this? So John, last time we passed it, right? That
Correct, yes. Yeah, with the amendment and direction to include the diagram, which is in here now.
Okay,
I move
All right.
to approve.
okay.
Second?
All right, Marnie, would you call the roll, please? We have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
And the motion is,
To approve it's the highway, the frontage. Okay. The old road's the old road.
what we did before.
You're right, right.
Second reading.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, so we are on to 15.
Yep, this is a motion to consider the appointment of Matt Bellinger to the Nearshore Water Regulation Citizen Advisory Committee.
All right, Marnie, we have any public comment?
No, we don't.
Okay.
Pete actually asked me if I would take this for him since the following item is mine as well. So we have received application from Matt Bellinger, who used to be on the Nearshore Water Committee, and he would like to be reinstated. Pete said he had always, been a good committee member. So we are asking if you would like to appoint Mr. Bellinger. There is an opening.
He just spoke at the governor's thing in Marathon a couple weeks ago.
I move to approve.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right, Marnie, we have a motion and a second. Unless there's any other conversation, go ahead and call the roll.
Okay. Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
Yes.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so we are on to tab 16.
Yep,
Marnie?
that's a motion to consider appointment of Gerald O'Cathy to the Historic Preservation Commission.
And again, we received Mr. O'Cathy's application to be appointed to the Historical Preservation Commission, and we do have an opening there, so if you would so approve.
Okay, Marnie, we have any public comment for this?
We do not.
Okay, public comment is now closed. Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve.
Hear a second?
Yeah,
Okay.
second.
Marnie, we have a motion, a second. Call the roll, please.
Okay, Vice Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Councilmember Elizabeth Jolin?
Yes.
Councilmember Mark Gregg?
Yes.
Councilmember Henry Rosenthal?
I'm not sure. Yes, please.
And Mayor Buddy Pinder?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes 5-0.
Okay, now, Rob, did we say something about after action or something?
Yes.
We did. We promised Councilman Rosenthal to talk about the library, potential library, and the Phils.
Okay.
And I'm prepared to do that right now. With respect to the Island Christian Church site and the potential for a library, we're anticipating closing on the church property in August. Once we've closed, there will be an agreement with the church to continue their operations in that building for a period of up to 1 year following closing. During that period, assuming that the council is still desirous of exploring the opportunity for a Monroe Public Library at that site, staff can, with council direction, begin to initiate a conversation with the county to flesh out what that process might look like and what the timeline might look like. If, on the other hand, council believes we should be taking a different tact with that property and exploring other options, staff are open to that direction as well. But again, in procuring or in purchasing that property, the potential for a library was first and foremost as a potential use following our acquisition. Next subject, with respect to the Phils. On the Phils, I put into the most recent weekly update that we're moving forward with notifying the Department of Environmental Protection that we will not be renewing our sublease with them for the former boat launch site that we presently have blocked from public access. And one of the reasons for that is we hope to see the DEP take over operation and maintenance of that area themselves. In our conversations with them, they are insistent that public access be restored. They don't want to have commercial boats there, private fishing boats. They really are looking at a much smaller launch site for things like kayaks and maybe a van with a stack of kayaks coming up there and launching several people at once as part of some kayak tour. Yeah, canoes and kayaks, not motorboats. Let's put it that way. They're not going to restore that former concrete launch that is no longer really there and the area is being eroded. As part of that conversation, we've said, one, they have to properly manage and oversee it, having seen the history of what's happened along the fills. And two, from a transportation safety perspective, they need to limit how vehicles enter and exit that area. As you know, there's a turn lane as you head south on US 1, and our original plan, including our permit request to FDOT, was to abandon that turn and eliminate all access to what is now I'll call it the former boat launch, but perhaps to be in the future a kayak launch. What FDOT and DEP are saying, and we tended to agree, is that if DEP, since it's their property, and they feel they have a public mission to keep public access at that spot, and they're firm in that regard, then let's make it safe. That turn lane would allow cars to get into that area in much the same way that fishermen do down at the Channel 2 bridge, where they go in a turn lane, they go down a little bottleneck corridor, they get to the parking lot, they park down there, and then when they exit, they have to come back up the 2-lane narrow part to get to where that turn lane is again and head back out onto US 1. So FDOT and DEP would work together to facilitate that kind of design, which provides much greater control for how vehicles enter and access the site and makes it safer for when they return out onto US 1. Safer exiting US 1, safer coming back to US 1. They'd have gates to control access during hours or times that they don't want people in there. And again, they would restrict it to kayaks and canoes, not motorboats that would use like a regular boat launch that you might see at Founders Park or the other couple that we have around the community. On the bookend side of the bridge, they would have a similar kayak and canoe access point, similarly configured so that traffic can safely exit US 1 and re-enter, with both of those sites managed by DEP. The village would no longer be providing resources and overtime to staff those locations and make sure that people are properly using them. A combination of FDOT and DEP would assure safe access and properly managed recreational activities.
Can I ask, once our lease runs out in September, did you say, or did I say that?
Of 2025.
Oh, I thought it was more immediate. All right, so once we're out of there, did they express any interest in securing the property from, whatever stuff we don't like or they don't like? Is it just going to be left kind of open without any barriers to entry? Do we know?
Well, those barriers are ours.
We take them.
At this point, we're not removing the barriers. Those obstructions are going to remain unless and until DEP and FDOT come up with their safe access plan for that site and how DEP wants to manage it. The reason we're about a year out ahead is our last meetings, or a couple of meetings with FDOT and DEP, yielded an interest on their part in knowing far enough ahead of time that we were not going to renew. So they said, hey, if you guys are not going to renew the sublease and continue to manage with appropriate public access, by their definition, these locations, then let us know far enough ahead so that we can plan to redesign access. We can plan to have our kayak launch, do whatever they have to do to construct this area that they want to have to provide for safe kayak and canoe access, and provide the access barriers that they want, whether they're gates or what have you, because they would not only have that coming off of US 1 in theory, but they would also restrict their kayak and canoe launch such that vehicles can't go in there with trailers, but they would park and carry their canoes over there. So they'd have to design it, and they'd have to have time to do that, and that's why we're about a year out on the contract renewal in providing them notice that we're not going to renew.
So did we vote or give staff direction that we wanted to do that? I don't remember it, but maybe we did.
Well, I think that individually, we've had a series of conversations, and I've sent email communications to council indicating we were heading in this direction and I have not received feedback saying, don't do that. And to the contrary, the feedback that I have received has been, yes, that's what we should be doing.
I don't have a problem with it. I just don't remember voting on it, but sounds okay.
Well, we didn't vote on it, but I know he talked to me personally in his office one day. He called me in there to talk to me about it.
So is this like, letting the lease lapse is because the direction that we did vote on was to close the fills? We decided that, and then DEP was saying, you're not allowed to do that.
Right, and in the context of providing updates on closing the fills, which was, I think one of the updates I had provided was, look, we're still waiting on permits from FDOT, and we're going to continue with closing the fills. And then this issue with the DEP came up to where they're saying, look, you guys can't close our boat access, our access point. We own that, and you guys are a sublease, and you're obligated under your sublease to do this.
We had a problem.
Yeah, if we can't control and DEP's going to tell us what to do, what's the point? I mean, DEP saying you have no choice. This is what you're going to do. But hey, sign the lease again with us, basically. And it's not, to me, it's not what I wanted. But if we can't have total say, who wants partial say?
But this resolution is a year out. I mean, but it doesn't.
There's no resolution because non-renewal is simply not renewing.
It's like.
Right, so if council wants to consider retaining the sublease agreement, we can bring that back for renewal and tell DEP, say, hey, wait a second, we actually do want to maintain control and manage this site for you,
but that would
according
mean
to
we
your
have
specifications.
to do what they want us to do.
Yeah, it's their
It's a
specifications.
stipulation. We have no say. In other words, we have to open that ramp back up. We have to give it public access. Now, to me,
we have to manage it.
To me, it's going to be the same nightmare all over again. And it is. You're not going to be able to control the day trippers from not coming on there. So if we open it a little bit, it's going to be open a lot. And if we're not responsible, let them see how they handle it. I mean, you just can't, this is an either all or nothing. It's an all or nothing really at the fills.
You just have to ask the sheriff to keep his helicopter happy so he can come back. Tell him how to fix it.
It's all or nothing, Henry. We don't have that choice. I personally didn't want to open anything. I just wanted to make it like a nice bike route and, take a picture and move on. But it's never going to be that way. People are going to come down. They're going to spend the day there. They're going to trash the place. I mean, good luck controlling it. We've already seen what happens. So I don't see where we have a choice.
But the DEP is controlling that, the public access, the ramp, but we still are managing.
FDOT, the problem.
Excuse me, FDOT is dealing with the ramp, but we are still managing, am I right in saying, who manages the other parts of it?
We do.
Yes, we have a interlocal agreement with FDOT to maintain the right-of-way along the fills. That is not going away. We're continuing to work with FDOT and DEP because actually DEP would like to see some of those stranded parking spaces remain for public access because they're concerned that fishermen and others will not have access up and down the fills. We've highlighted for them and with FDOT saying, look, these spaces that we've closed need to be closed because they're not safe access. So therefore, we should be continuing to move down the path of getting our permits for a restoration of those areas back to natural landscaping and precluding parking in that area. And we've received a sympathetic response from FDOT, and our permits are still pending to do exactly that. So we're maintaining that relationship with FDOT. But where that turn lane comes off of US 1, starting right about where the turn lane comes off of the pavement of the highway, DEP owns from about that point all the way up to the bridge, except for right along the edge of the US 1 right-of-way, and that's FDOT. So DEP maintains full control of that whole area. It was subleased to us, and we kind of did what we felt was necessary based on these highly undesirable and dangerous conditions that were present. But they are insisting that no, if you want to continue with the sublease, you must reopen this location, you must provide opportunity for kayakers and canoers and maintain and manage that site because that's what you signed up for. And we're just saying we can't afford to continue to station people there all weekend long on overtime to supervise that area. If you want public access there for canoes and kayaks, and that is critical to your mission, then you should fund it with your personnel to be there just like we were and make it safe for people. Because if you don't, we already know it will not be safe for people because of how they've behaved in the past, and go into this eyes wide open, and we will hold you accountable for making sure it's safe, just like we were accountable for it while under the DEP sublease.
One last quick question.
It's going to be like Channel 2, Henry, the north end Channel 2 and the south end. You know how they put that long driveway and then you have parking?
So we have permits that are pending for the part that we are in charge of to restore, like get rid of parking and put trees in there so that we can get rid of the cones. Like that's underway. We're waiting for that.
The trees are a whole nother question because FDOT has clear zones along highways that they have to maintain. So we're talking with them about how best to deal with that. Maybe there's lower bushes that are breakaway if a car hits them rather than trees. We've talked with them about the kinds of wood piers that are breakaway with ropes in between for the fences. So we're talking about what kinds of options they would accept in their right-of-way that would help to not only deter parking, but also kind of serve as a visual barrier between the bike ped trail and the roadway itself. Ultimately, it would be great if FDOT and DEP would somehow collaborate to make that whole trail a little bit more user-friendly and accessible to Sharon's point, because you would have a continuous point of access if they made it to where people could actually use it safely.
Yeah, another issue is they're waiting before they go landscape that. They're waiting for FDOT to put the new pipe in through there before they go. They're not going to spend millions of dollars and then have a we're not, and then they tear it up.
So that's like 2 or 3 years.
I don't have a timeline for you. I thought that we would probably have our permit for minimally removal of the pavement and putting back grass, irrespective of the rest of the conversation about trees, bushes, or fencing, sooner than we have. But I think this conversation with DEP is slowing that down just a little bit. I have another meeting with FDOT and DEP in August, at which point I presume we'll get a little bit more clarity surrounding what FDOT's position is and how we can navigate this. But highest level goal, keep the parking spaces along the fills closed, restore them back to natural landscaping at the access points that DEP wants for kayaks and canoes. It's your land. Obviously, you're going to do what you want with it, but do it safe. Make sure that people can get on and off US 1 safely, and supervise it so that it doesn't get out of control. Because, if you have that location and you're desirous of it being accessible to people with kayaks and canoes because they have no other way to get to Laguna Navite and Indian Key, then you're going to have to supervise it, because otherwise those spaces for your kayakers and canoers are going to be taken by people who are not kayaking and canoeing, and there will be no room for them anyway. So we've made that point to them, and they seem to have been receptive to it and are interested in doing the right thing, that is safe access and controlled monitoring, but they're going to have to make a staffing commitment to make that happen. And FDOT is going to continue, I believe, and they've shown every sign that they would continue to be partners in making sure that the fills remains safe and not the problem that it has been historically. So I think we've got a good partner in FDOT and DEP. We share some common interests. We all like public access, to the water, being able to get out there and enjoy the absolutely wonderful amenities we have, but it has to be done right.
Okay, I think we got some public comment, Henry, that
Go ahead.
wants to speak. Van, come on.
We've been dealing with the fill since 1987. I hear this proposal, and I have to go along with it, because it has denied public access of public property from kayaks and canoes for Laguna Navite and Indian Key. And I wish that DEP would take it over. I wish they would. There's only one small part of it that they own, and this is a sublease It has nothing to do with our FDOT lease for the entire fills. That would stay in place. But this would just allow them to build a small kayak and canoe thing, which they would manage and man. You know, that's got to be in the agreement. That's got to be part of the memorandum of understanding before we give up our lease. But we have been in violation of that lease, as Mr. Cole pointed out, because we've closed it off to the public. And that was part of the stipulation of the lease when the DEP gave it to us, that we would not do that. So if they want to take over the management of it and the expense of building that canoe launch, then I think, we should give that consideration. A lot of people, the public has had a lot of input on this for the last 30-some years. So I think it might be really nice if we were to allow them to speak, because there's going to be some against it, some are going to be for it. But it's not for motorboats. It's not for backcountry guides. It's not for tourists. It's not for Googans from Miami with jet skis. This is for a certain number of controlled access kayaks and canoes. So I think it bears consideration anyway. Thank you very much.
All right, Van, thank you. All right. Anything else? Henry, you got anything else to say other than a motion to adjourn?
I guess I do.
Okay.
Way back when, I had a special call meeting, and it was unanimous to do away with the parking. It was in my mind to give access for 30 minutes for people to come and take pictures and do whatever they wanted to do. But that was not the case on the special call meeting. 5-0, no parking, period. Now, what we're talking about is access to the water at
The bayside.
by the bridge.
By inside of Lignum Vitae for the bay. And I
Right.
think Rob just said, if you go over the bridge to the next island, they want to put one on the ocean side for people to kayak to Indian Key and canoe to Indian Key.
Well, that's okay, I guess. I'm not too concerned about that, but I was concerned about the fills as most people relate to the fills being on the bayside. So what the question is to let the state control the access to the Lignum Vitae and et cetera, right? But we still retain
All the FDOT stuff.
everything else pertaining to the fills in relation to the parking, access to the public, et cetera. Is that correct?
Or was it?
Along the fills, where those spaces are away from the bridge, that whole bridge area where the boat launch is at, that's all at DEP. But once you get outside of that area where the right turn lane is, if you get north of the right turn lane, then that's all FDOT, and that's where we continue to maintain oversight and control, including our continuing effort to close all of those spaces permanently and restore them back to landscaping, and then explore trees and what have
The
you.
problem that I foresee is the state owns from, not the center line, but from the line of the pavement on the road. And they own 36 feet. What is left after 36 feet?
The trail?
As far as us? The trail? You say the trail is there?
Well, I spoke before you said the rest of your sentence. When you say as far as us, what we have with FDOT is an intergovernmental agreement to maintain their right-of-way area. So once you get outside of that, and the trail, I believe, is actually DEP's area. I'm not let me double check. I'm not positive. Yeah, instead of me saying.
Okay, that's fine, but I believe the state owns 36 feet from the pavement that we drive on. 36 feet. What is left? I don't know what it is.
What are we getting at with the what am I trying to answer here apart from the distance? I think there's also a clear zone that they have to maintain.
What I'm saying, that's 36 feet.
And so Are you asking me to confirm that it's 36 feet, or what exactly happens after the
I believe
36
it is
feet?
36 feet. I
Yeah.
stand corrected, but I believe it's 36 feet.
On both
So what
sides, right? One on each side?
I guess I'm only dealing with the Bayside side.
Is it a parking
I wonder
question?
if what we can
It's
do
a parking
here-
question, yes.
Okay.
If they own that 36 feet and we have no control over that, people are going to park there.
So that gets to, I think, what Councilwoman Jolyn was saying is, if we take out the parking spaces that are within that right-of-way you're talking about, within the clear zone currently, and we turn them back to grass, FDOT is not desirous of allowing people to park within their clear zone. They don't want people to park there. We're working on removing those. So then what would be the physical barrier to them doing it?
Put the grass there.
What's that?
Who's going to put the grass?
The village is, our plan is, we have permits pending with FDOT now to physically remove the pavement and put the grass back in. So that would eliminate even the appearance of a parking area. That in and of itself would not stop a car from pulling off into the grass and trying to park there, but they could get, in theory, a summons for parking along US 1, or we might be putting in bushes at some point that would deter people from driving in there.
That was
Yes,
proposed, obviously, it was before your time.
right.
I can see that, but there's 36 feet, and you're suggesting that we are going to put grass there to prevent anybody parking.
What I'm saying is,
It's on state-owned property.
before I arrived, what was authorized by council and directed by council was to abandon those parking spaces and then to revert them to landscaping so that those parking spaces no longer exist.
We voted on no parking on the Phil's, period.
And that's what this would do.
We did not vote on the property that the state owns, the easement of 36 feet. We did not vote on that.
But that's where the parking is. It's in that zone. And we're eliminating it pursuant to council direction and then just putting landscape back in there.
A proposal of putting up barrier fencing, et cetera, et cetera.
I'd like to make a comment. Can I make a comment just real quick? What I'm sensing from Rob is that this is the first time we've had someone actually acting and really moving forward with these departments in a very meaningful way. And I would just love to allow him to continue that, because it's clear to me that he understands the direction that we want to go in. He totally gets it, and it sounds like within the parameters of what these departments are requiring of him, he's on it. And I am like thrilled. We should be beyond thrilled. Like, this guy seems to be working on the project. I'd love to say, carry on. You know, give us the updates as they come. This isn't going to happen overnight, but it sounds like he's got it. And I'm not sure if it's helpful.
He's been building a relationship.
Yeah.
He's got an ongoing,
The last time I spoke to the DOT, all that was required was a survey and what we wanted to do. That's what they expected from us.
we got to extend, Henry. Do I have
Okay.
a motion to extend for 5 minutes?
Yes.
All right.
You don't have to stay.
I know.
I'm just
But
kidding.
Henry, can I just say, it's Rob's job, it's his job. He should be managing all those departments. And I would love to just let him do that and step back, because he clearly is capable.
Who's going to pay for the grass? We are, right?
We are, yes.
Who's going to maintain the grass? We are.
That's the agreement we have with FDOT, whether those parking spaces or not, we still maintain the grass.
Okay.
Yes,
They pay us $66,000.
Okay.
correct, yes.
I'll conclude, okay, we'll see what happens, okay?
Yeah, and I will say that DEP's discussions with FDOT have slowed things down a little bit, and that's why we probably don't have our permit yet, but we're working with them as a group.
I got to
Yes.
say, since you took this over, I mean, you came and, I mean, at least FDEP told you that we were in violation, we're not doing what we're supposed to be doing, and you've had an ongoing relationship. You and AJ have had some meetings with FDOT. I think, we've made more headway in the last few months than we've made in a long time.
Well, the DOT did not make that declaration to me or anybody else prior you're showing up, so you got it.
Okay, do I have a motion to
no,
adjourn?
No, we don't. No, we don't. I still have one more item,
Okay,
and this is a very important
you
item.
got 4 minutes, Henry.
I got 4 minutes. Well, I'm going to fudge on that a little bit. My first problem was, and I brought it up the last time, is the church property. And I'm going to talk about it. You and I guess the council and yourself are involved, the two of you, to negotiate a deal. I didn't see any negotiation. I've been negotiating contracts since I was 16 years old. I know how to negotiate a contract. You went and just signed an approval for the purchase. The plan was to buy that property and propose a library. Do we need a library? I don't believe so. I've taken the time to look at the library we have now. And you know how much it's used in a year, in a week? I'll tell you, if I can read it. 11,000, roughly 11,000 people go in that library in a year. If you look at it a day, it's 40-some people a day. There are 2,100 people take books out of there in a year. That's the library we have right now today, 2,100. That's like 40 a week. I made effort to visit the library and talk to some people. I talked to the librarian. I have a memo from Michael Nelson, who is in charge of that library, and I guess the other libraries. And we're going to spend $4 million for something that we don't have a need for. We just don't have a need.
Can I interrupt you, Henry, for a second?
Absolutely.
First
Can
of
we
all,
extend another 5 minutes?
First of all, it's not set in stone it's going to be a library. That came out of my mouth, and no one said, yeah, Sharon, we're going to build a library. Secondly, it was looked at as a purchase for the village where it is a limited commodity, whether it's a historical building, whether we use it for a community center, whether we use it for adult film center, I don't know. But I'm just saying that nothing was decided 100%. It was just looked at as a good purchase. So, and again, your outlook on the library, I've talked to a lot of people too, is totally different than people I've talked to. So you're equating what you feel is necessary to what other people might not. So this to me is a subject that should be had a later date with the community when we do take possession of the building and decide what would the community like to see this become. That's all.
Because there would have been another CVS there.
Yeah.
Okay, but what are you going to buy if you don't have a plan for the use?
We do have a plan for use. There's several ways. A community center, it could be a library, it could be some place where a community center, we don't have a place where multiple groups can go and meet. We don't even have enough room here sometimes, even though by the end of the night you see the same three faces here. But we don't, it was bought because it was a smart purchase, and I do stand by that. Whether it's historical or not, no one says it has to be a library, but you have to admit it might be a path that the majority of the people in this town may want to go down.
But you're buying the ground for $4 million.
Yes, yes.
It's
Not the
already,
building, the
the
ground.
decision has been made, so there's no real question unless you're asking to bring back the vote. But I think we're beyond that, and I
I
appreciate.
just don't want to spend $4 million, and I don't know what I'm going to do with
I
it.
respect that, truly, I
Yeah,
do.
I
But it's
understand what
been
you're
done. We don't have it, look, it's already been decided, so
Well, first of
the
all-
conversation is moot.
Well, first of all, if somebody's going to spend $4 million, I think we, the five of us, should have a lot to say about that.
You all voted on it. This
And
group.
you don't know what you're going to do with it, but we're going to spend $4 million.
But I would argue that we're going to do that in the future when we acquire other land to take it out of service. I mean, that's okay. And also, you guys voted on it. I happen to not vote on it because of a conflict of interest, but it was done. It's done. There's no more conversation. It's already been done. So,
It's already been done.
I mean, I appreciate your expressing the fact that you think it's a bad idea, but this happens all the time on this
I
dais.
just don't need a staff member to negotiate $4 million. That's all I'm saying.
That's sort of
I
what
just
his
don't.
job is, though. I mean, it is his job.
I know what your skills are. I know what my skills are to negotiate a deal, especially for $4 million.
Councilman Rosenthal, I think there's somewhat of a misunderstanding here at the same time. The negotiating room that village staff was given in contacting the church was zero. They had an offer on the table of 3.995. Staff apprised council of that and advised that either we're going 3.995 or the church was going to go potentially with the willing purchaser that they had in
What?
I know. But what I'm saying is you're criticizing the attorney and myself for not having negotiated, but what I'm saying in rebuttal to that is that we laid all those cards on the table for council and were given direction to nonetheless proceed, which is not a failure on our part to negotiate as much as it is.
What did you negotiate?
I'm not saying we did. I'm saying we got a firm, because we advised council that they had a firm asking price that they didn't want to budge on. We could have received direction from council that said, go back and do your best and we're not going to pay 3.995, but that isn't the conversation that happened. The conversation was, yes, go back and enter into a contract for 3.995. So I understand you're pointing at us for that having taken place, but we apprised council of that condition and were directed to proceed without negotiating further. So that was a council decision, not a staff decision.
You haven't had any discussion with CVS, I take it.
They dealt with the realtor.
Well, huh?
They dealt with the realtor.
Dealt with the realtor.
I will tell you that a representative from a major chain reached out and expressed interest in acquiring the Island Silver and Spice site because they were unable to acquire the church. And they actually asked if we would sell them that same property back for that price. So the fact that a major chain was potentially interested in that site seems to me to be very much validated by the fact that they reached out to us after we bought it and wanted to see if we can find another spot at Island Silver and Spice. But also, when we acquired Island Silver and Spice, it specifically says it can never be a drugstore chain. So that option is not available to them either, even if we wanted to, consider it, because we'd have to modify the condition that was placed on it when we bought it. So there is a little bit of a loop behind the scenes that not everyone was aware of until now, but that piece of it is there.
I guess my next question is, if CVS is interested in that property, are we talking about the local CVS building?
Marty, we need to extend 5 minutes, please.
The exchange for that location?
No, that is.
Just asking a question.
No, I did not enter into negotiations with CVS because I have no direction from council to do that. And in fact, I have quite the contrary.
Wouldn't that be interesting if CVS bought the church, moved their operation for where it is now, and that building becomes available? And not at $4 million. Wouldn't that be interesting if that happened?
I have no direction from council to
Oh, I don't-
engage
I'm
CVS
just
in
talking to talk.
negotiations. Well, I'm not going to comment on a hypothetical that
Well,
I don't know what CVS is going to say about that.
$4 million, and we're faced with all kinds of expenses. We just went over the expenses with our new finance director. We're in hurricane season. We got all things to look forward to, and we're going to spend $4 million. And yes, I know, but I just have
Henry.
to say it because that's where I'm coming from.
Henry, I shared the same concerns that you did. And if you'll recall, as a part of the discussions, and I believe we actually incorporated it into the motion, we agreed that, yes, we didn't have a firm plan, a library maybe, but it's kind of like Hollywood Squares to Block. There was a underappreciated value in preventing some negative consequence of someone else buying that property. There's the value to the village there. But we also said we have other assets, Island Silver and Spice and the Machado lots, that we would consider selling to kind of offset the financial impact of buying the church. That's how I understood it. I'm getting some nods. I mean, and that kind of begs the question, don't we need to have a conversation about the other properties that we agreed that we would consider either using or getting rid of? So that should be on the agenda.
Ironically, we literally just had the conversation about acquiring more property. There is nothing wrong with acquiring property as green space, as hammock, as anything, and having the village own it. I mean, that is a benefit in many ways to the town. It's a bigger conversation. It's a high conversation. There's real value there, and I guarantee people will thank you for not allowing a CVS or whatever it might be to be sitting at the entrance of our town. I mean, that, as you said, is a value there. And I'm sorry you're having second doubts. Buyer's remorse. I think we can appreciate that, and I'm happy you expressed it, but I think we need to move on.
Now the motivation is, don't let somebody else buy it. We're going to pay whatever the hell it is just because it belongs to us.
I would much rather have somebody criticize us for buying it and not being certain about what we're doing than letting it go and let something horrible be built in there and then face the question of, why did you guys pass on that? Look what they've done. That's an eyesore.
Oh my God, it could be another Dollar Tree. It could be.
I've taken too many chances in my life, and I would have taken that chance
Ooh.
myself. Yes.
Not with the money in this town. Nope.
I don't know how many times I've walked 10 feet away from a settlement, and all of a sudden the price came down. I've done it all my life. One little thing I could teach you, if you have to be taught that. I've got other skills in negotiating a property that I've used since I was 16 years old. Anyway, I've said it. I'm on the record, and if anybody wants to argue with me, my phone number is what it is. And I get enough phone calls every day, believe me.
Did I hear a motion to adjourn, Henry?
So moved.
Thank you.